Talk Show.
Recorded live.
BB48, Black Power, BB48, my whole chat, smoking the feel on the ground, Think Tank Thursdays, your brother born. You know we're going to get it in. Got my family coming in here, you know my brother Cause out there. You know the family is rocking right now. Let's see what's going on. We're going to get everything right, get everything lined up for the people. We got a special today on Think Tank Thursday. We got the brother Jonathan Owens, a.k.a. Smash Rockwell of the Magi from the Honor Rock Squad. We got him coming in tonight. I'm going to give the family a once-over on the medu netter, take a couple questions. You know, we're going to talk about the upcoming so-called alleged debate with the see-through Israelites. So we're going to definitely get it in nice. Let me see what's going on out here and see all my people out here get everything set up good. Get the brother Red, get on the co-host. And what's going on out there, because how you today?
The BB48.
BB48.
Yeah, I'm good, brother Bourne. You know, looking forward to I'm got my pen and pad out.
No doubt.
I see we got a California caller out there already. I don't know if that's Haverhill or the guest.
We'll open it up and see who it is.
Oh, yeah, they open.
Black Power, California.
Black power and solidarity and shalom. This is Mikhail, Jonathan's nemesis. I'm just calling in listening.
All right. We just, all right there, brother. We wait for our brother to come in. We're going to mute your line. We'll get you back in a little while when we take questions.
That's peace, my brother.
We got you coming up Saturday, though. This is the brother Mikhail who coming on Saturday, right?
Yes, sir. This is me.
All right. We got Mikhail coming up Saturday. Mikhail is a Pan-African Torah keeper. We're going to put that on the line, and see exactly what's what. Let him explain that to us and get us a heads up on where he's coming from, So we look forward to that Saturday in the slaughterhouse. BB48, I'll catch you in a minute.
All right, my brother.
All right. Like I said, brother, of course, we're going to get it in nice tonight, you know what I mean? Do the right thing. You feel me? We're going to do the right thing up here tonight.
No doubt. We got another California caller out there. Peace. Black Power, BB48.
Peace. How you doing? Black African Powers, brother Jonathan.
Black African Power. What's going on tonight, brother Jonathan?
All right, chilling. Just calling in, getting ready for the good show. Chill with you brothers. How y'all doing?
We doing well, man. We got a, we got a little host still in there right now. We glad that you moved up in here. That was my brother Cor opened up the line for you and everything. We just gave you a little drop. We just warming the mic up right now. Talking to the people about the upcoming event going on. The February 8th thing. Also, we got a show coming up this Saturday, Slaughterhouse Saturday. We got this brother named Mikhail Edward coming in who said he's going to give us the lowdown on what it is to be a Pan-African Torah keeper.
Okay.
So I've never heard of this before, but we're going to give him a shot in the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah, but we letting the people know, we're going to get it in, talk about a little bit of the medu netter, just letting the people know that we got brothers out here who really putting in some real fundamental work on translation and making sure that a lot of the work that are coming out of Africa right now, especially the Nile Valley, where we do have coffin text and funeral texts and different papyri, and we have our own brothers who are now being able to decipher the glyphs for our own selves, so we won't have to keep looking toward the Euro for what's going on, and for us to get some proper African context. That's the main thing that I'm thinking of. Is like you can decipher it, but if you deciphering it without that African perspective, then you might be putting in some things that we already see going on. We'll talk about the little fuckery a little bit later, but we see how things could be misused, and mistranslated, and then misused after the mistranslation to try to come against him.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of that, and like you said, I'm sure we'll address that later. I'll let you finish doing your monologue, and I'll be sitting right here just listening along.
All right, no doubt. But like I said, family, we're gonna get it in nice tonight. Brother Cole, just see if we got our resident queen in there. Sister Camille up in there. In here. So Sister Camille on the line already. Nah. All right, we letting in the queen. Get the queen line open. We can get her up in here. Get this ball rolling real quick. But as I said though, family, we're gonna definitely have a nice night out here on Feet on the Ground. We basically gonna let our brother Jonathan. We're gonna ask a couple questions. Where we started off at, some of the fundamental groundwork that he utilized. The whole family got questions for him, but that's going to be the basic start of it. It's just the fundamental work that he used to start to get into these things. Some of the key points that he would say that we need to utilize when starting to move on this mission. If you wanted to learn how to translate the glyphs, and and some of the other fundamental books and things of that nature that he thinks that we should be able to go to and utilize, any website, any links and things of that nature. We just want to get a full plethora of African information out to brothers on our lines where we African first, second, and third. Give them a little bit of background. I know the brother was a member of the Hieroglyphics, which was an iconic hip-hop group, you know what I mean? And let's just give a little bit of background, and we'll let everybody filter on in about an hour, so we'll let the lines come in. Y'all can get a couple questions in, and we'll move from there. Definitely have a lively show.
That's what's up.
Yeah, so Brother Jonathan, go ahead, man. That's the first thing. Just if you could just give us a little bit of background on who you are and how you got linked up with the Armored Rock Squad.
Oh, yeah. For those people who don't know, as he said a couple of times now, I go by Brother Jonathan, and I'm with the Magi, which is a division of the Armored Rock Squad, and professionally I'm known as Casual from a group called Hieroglyphics. And, I've been doing, like I said, that's my career, so I've been doing hip-hop since I got signed to Jive Records back in 1994. I penned a deal. It started at about 91, 92. And really, the cool part about all of this is when the knee suit of our crew, or what have you, Dale the Funky Homo Sapien, chose that we would take on the name Hieroglyphics. Back in the day, I thought it was would be a good idea to go to the bookstore and grab a few dictionaries on ancient hieroglyphs, medu terms and medu nature. But being such a young man, and at that time I really wasn't, subconscious or what have you, I bought the book, looked into the book, and got intimidated and did not do any of those type of studies. But as we see, as it comes to a path that I realize it as some type of, my situation to be some type of a divine placement, because even when I got my most major moment in my life, I came out and we called it the medu chair. Now, it's not called the medu chair. You probably won't find us calling us that, but we came out banging hieroglyphics, which is English for medu nature. They say sacred writings is the same thing. They're trying to say divine words. So how we appropriate the medu nature in English. And so that's just some of my personal story of it being my vocation, because that's what it is. This is not necessarily my occupation as far as doing research in the chematology, but like Brother Manuel Anthony put forth, I'll say this is my vocation, something I was just naturally drawn towards. You know what I'm saying? And so meeting up with the Army Rock Squad was a process of finding brothers who I could learn from. And, I used to listen to Brother Ant a while ago on a different radio show he was on, and then he started his own show, and I started following that. Eventually, after listening for so long, I got enough courage to call in because, I didn't want to get my studies beat up. But actually, I did very good, and, eventually I passed through that fire because they say it's trial by fire. If you walk through it, you're telling the truth. And so, a lot of people get torched in that fire trying to come against the Army Rock Squad, but, they helped refine my scholarship, and here we are.
Black Power. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just switch lines real quick. But now, that was one of the things, when I was hearing you up there, and I'm listening to your voice, and I'm like, all right, I'm like, all right, then when they thought that that's who you were from the hieroglyphs, I'm like, all right, I can hear that maybe in his voice a little bit, whatever. But I was like, I wonder how the brother really got into it, even though you came from a group called the Hieroglyphs. A lot of people name their stuff just to name their stuff something just to do it because it's hot, it feels good, or whatever have you.
Yeah.
But
that's what we did too. It didn't have too much to do with being conscious at all. You know what I mean? But as time passed, when I look back, I say, gee whiz. Well, here I am, all in the hieroglyphs. But you could continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's cool, brother. You just adding context. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind. We can flow back and forth. It don't. I ain't stuck on. Just I got to be talking. I don't need to really hear my voice. I really wanted to hear yours. But I was saying, as I said, I heard you on the Army Rock Squad, and I just was wondering how you got connected. And as you said, you was like everybody else listening in and not wanting to get your information beat up. But when you went in, like you said, you handled the trial by fire.
Yeah, it was good too. You can, if y'all want to go back and read, those shows are archived. And one of my biggest debates was a point I was arguing about Ta-Nehisi, which we know as Nubia. And the argument was, does the term we use, Nubia, have etymological roots in any Kemetic terms? And I argued that it did, and a few of my good brothers and teachers argued that it didn't. And I also put my research into 2 documents, and they'll be in my book. But some of these articles, you can witness them just casually thrown together and unedited on my rapgod.wordpress. Information edited and checked and solid. But for my book, I was just going to save most of my time to put all of the major points that I missed and anything into a handbook for the conscious community called Magi that I have coming on February the 8th.
All right. So now the Magi book, who you getting to publish that?
Oh well, I'm using online publishing actually, and we could there's a lot of discussions about that. But actually, I just got back my test copies of my hardcover and with the dust jacket and everything, and I was rather impressed. I didn't get it pushed through with the actual cover that I'm using, but because I just needed to check my information and look at the formatting before it. But there are a lot of different, right now you should look into, if you're interested, there are different publishing houses that are downsizing to where you don't have to pick up such a huge bulk in order to put out to publish your information. So a lot of time that stops us from publishing because you figure, oh, man, I ain't got money to spend on 2,000 books right now because that might be their minimum unit. Well, they got new publishing online houses that will help you do a lot smaller units, and it's a lot better for guys like myself.
The smaller units with like the same quality as the larger.
Oh, definitely, yeah, and that's definitely. You can look at some of our teachers right now using some of these new platforms, and one thing we have to also do is stay up to speed with technology because we got limitations and ceilings and invisible ceilings that have been broke through with a lot of this technology. But if you ain't up on the newest way to, pull something off inside of an industry, then, you might be doing it the old-fashioned way. It's like certain realtors who don't like using the internet, so they ain't selling their houses online. You know what I mean?
No doubt, no doubt. Listen, there's Black Power, Sister Camille, you out there?
Hotel.
My hotel.
Hotel.
All right. Is my other co-host out there, Brother Bickerel? You out there?
Yep.
All right, Black Power. I just want to make sure my co-hosts out there, and if y'all have anything, any quick questions y'all want to ask the brother, we want to make it a nice flowing conversation.
Nah, I'm listening. I'm looking forward to the lesson. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Word up. Well, we can start building if y'all had any particular topics, any questions. I don't know if y'all viewed any of my information before. A lot of things I write. Again, I rapgod.wordpress.com, and I cover various topics dealing with medu netter, and one of my main goals is to provide us with, some African-centered translations because it ain't too many of it. We even got to put together the body of work to form a dictionary because, when we got to refer to these terms, it's requiring us as Magi, and specifically following the work of a brother Asar Imhotep, going into other African languages to appropriate cognate terms for some of these terms that they have had come up with correctly, and some they have come up with incorrectly. And a lot of that will culminate at the debate on February 8th, because a lot of people like to say stuff like that, like, oh, yeah, the Europeans mistranslated it. But a lot of people have not proven such in such a regard to where it's irrefutable. And I got a little bit of information that we could bring forth pertaining to a lot of these pseudo-claims towards Egypt that's going to reveal high science instead of sexual deviance or what have you.
Well, brother, for me, I would like if you could just elaborate a little bit more on how you actually learned the medu netter.
Yeah.
How get there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, me being first, the type of person I am, I'm like, I don't know, I guess I'm just a passionate and I dive real deep into things. But I had a little bit of formal training in Oakland at a place we call Per-Ankh or Per-Wajet or Per-Ankh on 90th and Oakland is under Dr. Raymond Davis. But that was not a very in-depth instruction. And by the end of the class, I actually found myself teaching it with him. He called me to the front. And so the pace of my my self-studies going over first, I began going over the literature that is available. Anything, I started collecting any books on medu netter, not depending on who it was from, so I could learn all of the arguments inside of quote-unquote Egyptology and in the arguments in Egyptology. So in order to, I even had to learn Budge's work because, Budge has a form of transliteration that has been disqualified by everybody, but a lot of people can't really tell you why. So in order to know the intricacies of everybody's system of transliteration, I went over it all. Now what we find is, they had a lot of this, racism tainted a lot of their views when they were trying to do a lot of this homework. We'll reveal that they got a lot of their original works from black people at the debate, and we'll put out the names to the community so they can look into that. But during the advent, or when they came up with this course called Egyptology, it was all really a German thing. And so then if you look into a lot of their works, their view of the Egyptian was kind of syncretic with their view of, with their racist views. And so then they could not even, you see what I'm saying, be straightforward about a lot of things. And so I just want to expound on that to say that when we're looking over their work, like any of these comments, the main books you'll get on Egyptology, you have to be very careful. Where it came to a head in 1974 at the UNESCO Symposium, where we know our elders and one of my main teachers in medu neter today, which a lot of people don't know, Dr. Raketi Allen, helped Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Obenga when they went to the UNESCO conference to debate all of the Egyptologists who said that Egyptians were not black. Now, they left a body of work for us concerning translations and which other African languages we can look into to appropriate some of these terms in medu neter, so that we won't just be looking back into the Egyptological dictionary and saying, oh, this means that. Because if we do that, we just following a template that they outlined for us that's going to reveal the same things, whichever story we think we're decoding. For instance, if I write my own language on the wall and then give you the textbook to what all the words say, no matter what syntax you find that sentence in, is going to lead back to a story that I prearranged. And so later on, as I started meeting people who were scrutinizing my heavy involvement in the standard academic literature on Egyptology, I got pushed further into learning more about African languages, and that would help me to, appropriate a lot of the terms in medu neter. But, yeah, I mean, as far as formal instruction, I have very short time formal. A lot of this has been self-trained over the past, I say, like 9 years now, going on 10 years.
So, you got anything else to add on to that?
No, not at the moment. Thank you.
The question I wanted to add on to the question, though, that she just asked, and what African languages would you say were the key component languages now that you utilize to help with the understanding and the translation of medu neter?
Well, that's a very good question, and there are a different body of these languages argued by our linguists that they say we should refer to. If I find put forth one of the first references that we should look deeper into Sudanese languages comes from, hello?
Yeah, we here.
Are y'all there?
I hear.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I just got a call and it threw me off. I think I was saying one of the first references that from Egyptologists to go deeper into African languages was actually from the discredited E.A. Wallace Budge. If anybody turned to his footnotes, even though he stuck with his invaded pharaonic race theory, he still told people, this is an African language, and to look deeper into Sudanese languages. Okay, but now then when we got Diop and Obenga, they matched their languages. They found cognate terms with the Wolof language. And now then Obenga has done work since then to reclassify that whole language group and take away what they call Afro-Asiatic and redistribute it. But me personally, and this is one of the arguments we've been having too with some of my teachers and people who keep my information on track, they argue that Bantu, medu neter is Bantu, or they have a very close relationship. And if you want to get some information on that, you can see a document where I put up the notes of our argument on rapgod.wordpress. It's called Bantu or Coptic. And I say Coptic, which is another African language. It was originally classified as an Afro-Asiatic language, but since our elders have knocked down that language group, I think it's been reclassified by Obenga. And then now my brothers are telling me it's been more work on it by a man named Jean-Claude Mboli, who has a new language classification for Coptic to show that they are still all related to medu neter. And I'm not saying Mboli's work showing that, because that's kind of like what I was somewhat arguing against. And keep in mind, I have not had he writes in French, Jean-Claude Mboli, so I have not had the ability to view his new arrangements of these language groups. But we still find Coptic, the one I use, very closely related to medu neter, and we can pull forth the most cognate terms, meaning that when we drop all the vowels and we match the meaning of the word and the triconsonantal or biconsonantal root, we're going to get the same things. And to give an example, let's just take the term Heru, which would, if we break it down, we're going to drop that W. And I'm not talking about Heru the Falcon, because we got to know which determinatives we're thinking about. I'm talking about Heru the day, or specifically Heru the day. Now, if we go into Coptic, and we could take that same H and that R after we dropped the W, which is like somewhat of a weak consonant, and we could find Horu, another word which means the hour or the day. So it has cognitive meaning. It stands on two legs, as I've learned that it has to match on meaning and by with the triconsonantal or monoconsonantal root. And so we do this with various languages, and I'm just learning it. I'm not the most well versed at that, but there are brothers like Brother Asar Imhotep, who has worked public, but that's all he do, and he's part of the Amarat squad. And so, you can find other people saying that there are other African languages that are closer associated, but I use Coptic, and my brothers use a few Bantu languages.
Like how? Now, I've been to your site before and checked out a couple of things. I haven't checked it out in a little while. I haven't checked out some of the newer writings up there. I see that you're going in on one subject that I wanted to hit was dealing with the homosexuality claim and everything, and the that have been misconstrued into being or misused by scrupulous people such as Nazi Yazivel to try to prove some type of homosexuality was part of Kemetic culture and lifestyle. And I wanted to ask you, and for the listening audience, just because it's Black Power Block, we black first, African first, second, and third, this feet on the ground. We want to make sure, we want to ask a question, though. We want to make sure that we stay strong. So we want to, I'd like to extend this question I should have asked earlier, what your stance was on homosexuality.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll probably say it like when they asked the good brother Dr. Martin Luther King back in the day, and even if we look in some of the medical journals, we would say that how Martin Luther King told the young brother that it was a mental disorder. Just to be fair to everybody living, that somebody, they argue that they was born that way. Yeah, we got people born with 6 fingers too. And we got, you know what I'm saying, there are certain things that aren't consistent with procreation that do happen. There are living anomalies. And that happens to be one of them. You see what I'm saying? It's a mental issue. Some say it may even be rooted in the lack of testosterone, which is a hormone that makes us actually be manly. You know what I'm saying? But that's personally, that's how I side with that. I think it's some type of mental deficiency that would make us, Now,
I just want to clear the air. We want to make sure that we're dealing with brothers who straight black pride. We want to make sure that we got strong Africans who are family oriented, also giving out information to the people, because that's one of the things that we want to make sure that that's clear, and we give out a certain type of information to our people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, African descendant mean a certain thing, so that means man, woman, and child. Ultimately.
Well, definitely, and even when we get into the attestations that we are getting ready to go over, we can't never let these people go nitpick through literature, pick out something they want to make look like something else, and not address the underlying principles of a culture. You see what I'm saying? And that is key, because if we know, everyone in the world is going to address that, that you can find any book in the world that'll tell you Kemet was about admittance into the afterlife. They were primarily concerned with being admitted into the afterlife, and they're more than they was concerned with the physical world. Okay, so let's let that be the case. Now, then we would want to find out what were their canons for acceptance into the afterlife. And then we find out about the divine law. We find out about Ma'at and the overruling principle of truth. You see what I'm saying? And how this underlines the whole culture to where we find anything lithographed in stone on a wall in any tomb or anything. It was always to justify your actions on earth so that you can be acknowledged and then brought into the afterlife. So we can follow these simple concepts, and then we know that an adherence to Ma'at was throughout the culture of Kemet. Then we can find the precepts of Ma'at, which speaks against homosexuality. Then we would have to say, how could we, as some objective scholars, conclude that someone would lithograph in stone something that was against his whole culture in order for his own acceptance into the afterlife? It makes no sense. It's illogical, the argument, but that's not the take I come from, because I don't want to vilify the fact that they actually first used, and I don't, you know what I'm saying, no matter what my personal views are, them are mine, and I raised my family like that, and I wish we had, if all brothers was just, don't let the TV lead your family, you lead your family how you wanted to, and that's how it would be. But what I'm going to say is, because it's a sensitive situation, when you use homosexual literature to vilify your ancestors, okay? And now this is what I'm saying. Now, I'm not, like I said, the author who brought forward the source that Najee Yashavel brought forward, as we know, we seen right there, as Sarah Sudi said, he put forward after that debate, the brother practices, you see what I'm saying, the culture that he's trying to superimpose on ancient literature. Now, that is not just, in the black community, that's just enough to vilify him. But in academia, I could not argue that was the reason to call that man pseudo. So I took the time to do the work since I had evidence that he was pseudo, and I went behind him and got down to the root of all the claims. And in my book and at the debate, it's going to be case closed, game checkmate, because first of all, I'm going to prove that you brought forth biased literature. Okay, bias is bias. I mean, I don't have to use no other pejoratives. It's simply bias. He's imposing his lifestyle on the ancient literature. Now, he could say, I'm biased because of the way I see, but no, we have to go to other scholars who are of the same persuasion, who are not biased, who say the truth about the text, and they tell you what you should be learning instead of what he's trying to forecast upon the stuff. And so, you know what I'm saying, we can argue it in one arena and we can say things amongst the black community, but when we're ready to go argue these things against the European Egyptologists who got all these books that say that this African stuff say that, we got to be able to disqualify their work on a higher ground. We can't just walk in and say, oh, he bad, and so I ain't taking it. So I spent a long time decoding all these texts, and like I said, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but February 8th, we're going to put it all on the board.
Yes, sir. No doubt, Black Power. I don't know what the hell going on. I got some type of echo or something happening. All right. But, well, listen up, right? I want to, Brother Mikara, Sister Camille, y'all got any other questions?
I want to ask you, brother, do you think, well, I want to know the need for, not the need, but why is Polite and Shaka Amos in this mix when I personally feel that from what I've heard listening to some of your programs, y'all seem well equipped enough to handle the he fools. And secondly, you mentioned like the work that you put in is scholarly work. Do you see the people that you are going against as scholars, and do you feel that debating them, knowing the work that you personally put in, will give the false sense that they're on your level in terms of scholarship and the other members that are going to be in this debate against them?
Oh, that's a good question, and I would be wise enough not to even, I mean, if that did give them that false sense of, you know, delusion of grandeur, then so be it. But it's come to a point where this information is here and people need to hear it from. To be humble, I feel I am at least qualified to straighten up what their misunderstanding is. I'm not saying I'm Mr. I could tell you every ancient Egyptian secret, no, because this takes years of study, but I come into, it's going to be embarrassing, and I've been having conflicts with myself, like I don't want to do this to certain people, and it's not going to be embarrassing in the sense of ad hominem, because I'm not bringing any attacks on the man, so to speak. The amount of knowledge that is going to be revealed in these exact terms that they pinpointing is going to seem like it was divine, because everybody is going to learn that truth, that it was high science in ancient Egyptian pyramid texts that only I'm going to bring forward 2014 medical tests that corroborate pyramid texts. You see what I'm saying? And so some of the newest modern science that they just getting to now was written on the walls, and these dudes interpreted it as what the European told them it was. You know what I mean? So, I put out work publicly about, I've written a document about El Shaddai to ISUPK, who's not going to be involved in the debate, but over a year ago, and got no response. So Dr. Wesley Muhammad did say he was going to respond to my article written about slavery and Kemet, but it's taken him 2 years as well, and so it is what it is. I'm standing on my work. My work is public, and if they really want to poke holes, they're going to poke holes in the stuff I ain't caring about. They can't deal with the facts and the information. They might deal with the fact that I pay high attention to detail concerning the information, but a little less, I would just be honest to say, I've been a little less careless, or a little more careless in, just forming the best synthesis and grammatical structure and stuff like that. But what it all boils down to is having an editor, which I got for my book. So it's really cupcakes, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. All right. Listen, I got one more question, and then we're gonna let I see your brother out there, your brother Unc out there. We're gonna let him in. He got something to add in. But I wanted to ask this question real quick about one of the articles you put out dealing with the Arabs being some of the early people really dealing with translation of some of the hieroglyphs.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to bring forth a lot of good information on that at the debate. Me and Polite been researching that. And it's a connection because if you look about 2012, I got an article up called No More Kemet, No More, which I argue from the historical standpoint of ancient Kemet that everybody was misappropriating the term Talmeri to say that it meant the land of the Moors. And I gave us a few things to know that it did not mean that. But when we skip to a different time period, after, after all those old days were gone, when we find, even up into very modern times when Europeans started getting into their quote-unquote Egyptological quest or that Raiders of the Lost Ark quest through Africa to find these Jews and stuff, which they called archaeology or whatever. Well, there were brothers who this is how it went down. Let's just start getting to the knowledge, because before they had the right to go into Egypt and dig into anything, they didn't have that. The Ottomans, if I'm correct, the Ottoman Turks were some of the last people to have control of that land right before Egyptology set off. So let's think about we spoke about it the other day. I think it's the battle of the Napoleon's Wars, Napoleon Bonaparte War, 1798, about the time of Egypt, and we discussed, I think on the ROCKWELL show, how the Egyptology really got set up, because he was coming back after they tried to smash on Egypt to usurp the Britons. Napoleon was coming back with all type of Egyptian antiquities that they just stole up out of there. The Britons smashed on them on their way back and took all of the Egyptian antiquities and went and set up the British Museum. And so this is how they was getting the stuff at about that time. So the majority of the stuff we know to be, even the Rosetta Stone, you see what I'm saying? They smashed on that and took that. Go look at where it's not. It's not in no French place, if I'm correct. It's in the British Museum. But and so what happened was, excuse me, I got to keep track of the story. Well, anyway, these Egyptologists would have to buy antiquities from, you see, they would buy them first. They would go to Egypt, and they wasn't digging in nothing. They didn't have no right like that, so they would buy that stuff. And I got a list of over 15. It ain't put out yet, but I got a list of over 15 Arabs and Moors that they was buying this stuff from. And if she got, Auntie Diop got it in his work too, the African civilizations, or the origin of African civilizations, and it's just stuff that we've overlooked. So when they try to give all the credit to Europeans, you could clearly go look in the first European books on medu neter and see they got footnotes, and look to see who work they was using in their footnotes. It's easy. But yeah, the document I wrote is called Chematology is Not Egyptology, and how some of the first European Egyptologists used Arab works. And I just don't want to be one of those people in the blackology who say everything was black and, they was black Moors. No, I let the Moors do their homework because there's evidence in some of the names of them brothers that they could indeed have been Moors. Actually, one of the main dudes' name was Maury. Okay, so they're going to have to get around that. Now, how you going to get around that? I'll give you Maury from 1666, who helped some of the first, matter of fact, Gaston Maspero used his work, and Ostian Krischer, or whatever, some of the first books on Egyptology, but they referring to an Arab named Maury, and they called him Mortadi, Mourtadi. Okay? So now we got the Moors with the hieroglyphs before you find any European. As a matter of fact, Champollion and them had a book stifled. It was a book containing all of the list of all of the hieroglyphic characters before Champollion came out with his. He was a kid, but Egypt, when that book was devised, and it's in my document, I'm sorry, it's an Arab name, so I can't recall it. It's like Al-Katab, something, I don't know Arabic. But the book is basically one of the principal instructions they use to say that they deciphered everything they deciphered, besides the find of the Rosetta Stone, and you cannot take nothing away from the science that the European bring forth. You know what I'm saying? They do their work too, because it'd be out of their passion to understand the African. So you can look into their work and say, yeah, they use some racist joints, but at the same time, if you want to do it like a report card and put a grade for how much they want to understand you, how far will they go to dissect your information or whatever, please, they got a propensity that is, ain't matched in the world today right now. Go look at how many books. They fortify their lives with more books. You see what I'm saying? And they call it scholarship. We got to get hip on that game. If one dude, they come out with a theory, then they have 1,000 people write that same thing into a book so that when we refer back to it, you see what I'm saying, we consider it scholarship. And so in order for us to beat them too, we got to study just like that. And I ain't saying do no foolery and put out no lies, but we have to get this true, fortified, written, documented in books, and all of us build on it and give our youth something to work on, a body of work to build on.
No doubt. Black Power. Brother Unc, you out there?
Yeah, I'm out here, bro.
All right. You said you had a question. Come on then and get it open.
Hey, man, first of all, what's going on, Smash Rockwell, man? I'd like to give a shout-out to the sister on the show. Black African Power, sis.
Black African Power, King.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring up the everlasting light. Appreciate you, sis. Min Corral, Black African Power, brother.
Black Power.
Yeah, I fucks with Min Corral because he keeps it 100, man. He asks tough goddamn questions. Well, I'm a raw squad or not, so you be asking them tough questions, Min Corral. Born, Black African Power, brother.
Black African Power, what it do, fam?
Hey, man, I fucks with you. You keep your goddamn feet on the ground. That's why I fucks with this show, man. Full support, yo. Feet on the goddamn ground, man. They don't understand what that is. There ain't no flying around here. Straight scholarship. Appreciate that, brother. You know what I mean? I like to really give a shout-out to Brother Jonathan because the reality situation is, man, we got the goddamn dream team around here. And if y'all don't know, y'all need to check that shit out. But even with the dream team, we get it in, yo. You got the Michael Jordan on that motherfucker. All right, and that just happened to be Smash Rock. You know what I'm saying? So we just give him the ball and gets the fuck out the way. Dealing with this subject right here, yo, he got us. I'm letting y'all know. I'm like the sixth man off the bench. Get some rebounds. Give some people some hard goddamn fouls. Mix it up. But get out the goddamn way. So we got them. You know, and the Hebrews, they our brother. Because at the end of the day, whether they recognize it or not, they're African. You feel me? But they got to get that lesson to it. They've been playing around, you know, in and out, up and down, think they've been doing their thing. They've been buck dancing a little bit. So they decided to go ahead and bring in a squad. Because they know we got this homework for their ass. And so we will definitely put the community back where it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Kind of played my man Seti, right, with that bull crap. But this time, right, ain't going to be no room for playing. I know you listening, Yasharel. Young man, come get yours, all right? It's going to be an excellent discourse on how to beat the shit out of people who refuse, right, to take notice when the Africans is in the goddamn building. All right? Them white boys got where they at right now because they listen to the goddamn Greeks. The Greeks say them goddamn Africans is the nicest motherfuckers on the planet. They got the best medical system. They got the best morality system. They got the greatest and the most ancient civilization on the motherfucking planet. They respected the African. So the white boys taking it easy, say, shit, let me dig a little bit and find out. Get the germs and all them. So after they did their digging and get all their motherfucking technology out, then they develop what you call a goddamn Aryan model, where they say all of them niggas back there didn't know what the hell they was talking about. We're going to make a new model. And so our brothers and sisters from the Hebrew community, they have been using the racism, white supremacist system, right, to try to destroy African information and knowledge. So I want to ask Brother Jonathan, and you know, I mean, when y'all was talking to Meta Next and kicking it, I said, the hell with that. Give me some Jetty, right? Give me Smash Rockwells, right? Okay? And give me a saw, and let's do a show. I don't believe y'all can read that shit. Now, it was going off for certain people that said that. And I say, well, I'm going to stand behind them and should they show and prove to me. Let's dig it in. You don't go back and listen to the show. They beat me from pillar to goddamn post. All right? So if anybody on the show listening right now got doubt on what them brothers can do and what they will do come September the 8th, y'all need to be in the goddamn building.
February 8th.
Display. February the 8th. I always say September. How is going on September? February the 8th. Y'all need to be in the building so y'all get that good old-fashioned scholarship. Not the fooliship, not the microwave shit where you snatch up a goddamn website real quick, read a fact, and throw it out. I'm saying well-documented homework. And the shit that's funny is we ain't got to put no study in on this. We already got the homework. Right? And we want to let y'all know, for the first time, Africa will be represented. And the sister had asked the question. She said, well, is Polite them qualified? You goddamn right. The young phenom, he qualified. All right? Shaka, he writes a book called The Kodak. All right, book. He good. But one thing for sure, yo, we don't leave our brothers out there, yo. So ain't going to be no more goddamn debates, right, with people who got a daggone religion. This is going to be the last one. The Armed Ross don't even debate like that. Because it's not a debate y'all going to. It's a teaching session.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go. Get your question to Brother Johnson. Go ahead.
I just want to know, Brother Johnson, how is it that y'all can read that shit? And why do you think y'all can't?
Oh, well. How is it that we can read it and why they think we can't?
Yeah.
That's a very good question. And even to add on to that is what materials will they use to judge whether we can read it or not? See what I'm saying? Are they going to use are they going to be holding the translation of some European man and throw a text up and say, tell me what they say. And if my translation doesn't match their European source, then I'm unqualified. So they would have had to spend some time doing the work we've done, corroborating these words in other languages to even step forward and say, no, because actually we got other research to show that this means this, and you know what I'm saying. And so it's a deeper question than that. But the ability to read medu, all of us, you have that. Let's just keep it clear. It's just about the amount of time we spend on a study. They got research tools out here, and after a while, you'll be able to pinpoint where some Egyptologists got something wrong. And we ain't just doing this. My main document I did it on was, no pun intended, was about my document about Shalom. I wrote when Shalom was only stated by the cowering man, an example why E.A. Wallace Budge is not a good source for the neophyte. So we're not sitting here saying, oh, the Egyptologist is wrong, and then you can't go look through our work and say, hey, man, he's really correcting this dude. I mean, we should all, anybody involved in talking about Kemet so much, we should at least, I mean, you got to be Magi. You just got to know medu. You got to deal with medu. That's how we do it, so that we can at least have a body of scholars that's going to step forward and put out publications and information with African-centered translation. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. I got to, made a couple of statements. I'll tell you this. I do agree that the Armored Rock Squad would only need themselves to, I reiterate what the Queen was saying earlier, that's the only people that you need to even debate the Hebrews. It's already a loss anyway. I personally, they was dead when SETI shot them. Now, just because people don't understand scholarship and they just looking at shit, you might have missed what happened. But I know I didn't miss what happened, so I didn't go along with the propaganda. I think there's more of the propaganda that's keeping this thing going. Is people who propped them up, just kept them with energy as though that they were still alive. But I think that they've been dead a long time and just forgot to be buried. You know what I mean? That's me personally. You know what I'm saying? And I don't. I'm here. I'm here over here on feet on the ground. We keeping our shit level. Like I said, we don't. I want to get the book from Shaka, or I want to at least get a PDF so I can read what he put out. You know what I'm saying? Before I go in on the book. You know what I'm saying? I really don't know too much about the book. I'm more in tune. If Polite know what he's doing or not, I'm still in tune that leave everybody off the team. Only thing you need is the Armored Rock Squad, separate, alone. Because I see personal attacks, or what you call ad hominem, going or being utilized with those two on the team. They're gonna, like the Hebrews, going to try to shoot at that. With they do it. They there for crowd. They're gonna be out there for crowd pleasing. You feel me? So I don't want it to turn into the rap battle. You feel me? I don't want it to be. I was saying this on this first thing. I don't know if y'all look at the rap battles that come on Smack and all that, or if y'all familiar with it. But if people are familiar with it, they'll understand what I'm saying. Where you got two different people, where on one side you got people who are aggressive, got witty word play and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You got the other side who might got crowd control and things of that nature. And that's what I see that's going to have to happen, is that the scholarship is going to have to be real solid, because I see 75% of the crowd being Hebrew, no doubt. I see y'all going with a hostile crowd, ain't no doubt about it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of them New York camps is up there, them camps, they roll deep. And even if ISUPK say they not going to participate, I doubt that they camp going to stay away in totality. You know what I mean? So that's one of the things that I see is going to be something where, not that it's going to hinder the scholarship, but it's going to, the emotion of what's going to be going on inside the venue will definitely be against Africa first.
I feel you with that, brother Boomer. But I tell you what I've never seen. You know, I done been to Yasserel spot, right? And did a little teaching. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Now, and this is in hostile territory, right? And I guess the mic, and I bless their motherfucking ass. And I'm a real black atheist. See, the truth, right, it's hard to goddamn duck. You end up being a fool. So I promise you, all them Hebrews in there, they will have a profound respect for their mother at the end of the day. Ain't no way around this. I mean, a profound Respect. You remember how the Japanese came on that ship after they dropped them 2 thermonuclear weapons? With profound respect for them white boys and their ability to wage war on their ass. Remember that. Remember the Japanese, they did all they could do. They got so slick that they took the landing gear off their planes. That's how hard the Japanese went. They took the landing gear off their damn plane. If you don't think that's going hard, that's going hard. So that means the night before you step foot in that plane, you already know you're not coming back because there ain't no damn landing gear. You got to literally drive into that aircraft carrier. That's the heart them Japanese had. Okay? Shit, the white boy say, I'll double up on you like that. I'll wipe out your whole civilization with 2 bombs. They quit immediately. When the first bomb dropped, the emperor was like, damn, because they had never quit fighting the war. That second bomb dropped, they immediately quit. If you know anything about Japanese culture, it's not in their culture to quit. They immediately quit because he could not see people get decimated like that no more. I say all this to say what? When we drop them thermonuclear weapons in there, they're going to quit. They're going to say, you know what? Don't fuck with them. Let's just practice our religion. Because, brother, I have respect for you if you just practice your religion. I respect you if you make your Christianity black and practice that. I respect you if you make your Islam black. I respect you if you make your Judaism black. But don't make that our shit. Don't say it's our original shit. Don't say it's a way of life. Just say it's a religion, man. I can't get past it, and that's just my religion, and I respect that. Give the other African people a chance to be African, because all of them claim at the end of the day that comes from Africa. Or if it all comes from Africa, then why don't everybody go back to where you claim it came from? So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's teamwork. When we deal with African cultures, we deal with teamwork. So it's a team. And I know people, you might like Raw Squad better, something like that, but like them, yo, we all on the same side fighting. And so the Raw Squad don't got a problem teaming up. And the more shots they throw, right, the more nonsense they throw out there, the Raw Squad in particular won't be doing that. I promise. Now, unless they just get too goddamn slick, then you just gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta throw the ball. We got bombs and all. It don't matter. We got whatever they want. They can get it. But this will be a scholarly approach to how you dissect, right? People who really don't have anything or the little book.
Well, me, Black Power too. Some of what you said, because for me, I don't expect anybody in 2015 that is practicing any of the major 3 religions of perversion, for example. I do have a problem with, I find it troubling that y'all rocking with polite. I got to keep it 100. You know, the general murdered them that night. As the brother said, anybody who listened to it without any personal attachments. And people like Polite, when he did a little speech that night, you know, really was throwing shots and was a part of the illusion that the general did not murder Yasi, or Nasi, whatever the brother name is, like he did. And so not only that, but I do personally see Cracker Beef as my enemy. And anybody, you know, so brother came on that debate with that the Cracker Beef was not the devil, not our enemy, that black people themselves were their enemy, and I can't rock with that, you know. And so I do find it curious that you're rocking with somebody who came at the general in the fashion that he did, and particularly that damn debate with that whack-ass Hebrew.
Ashe. Hey, I can hear that. Let me respond to that. This is Brother Jonathan, and to give you more clarity in how everybody got involved, because particularly I was called to be a part of this because of my so-called knowledge of the hieroglyphs or the knowledge of the medu chair. You see what I'm saying? And particularly the organization I represent is the Magi, which is a division of the Amin-Ra squad. Now, we know as in the Magi don't have a big name. It's just something I'm doing personally. But the Amin-Ra squad has a larger name. So in Mr. Promotions, I've noticed as my organization kind of getting pushed, to the side to where I'm a rock, and it's being presented as if the I'm a rock squad is going to be there to debate. Now, to be clear, the squad is going to be there supposedly to support everything we talked about, you know what I'm saying, and to go further, but not necessarily as debaters or what have you. And so my willingness to step forward to rock with Brother Polite and to rock with Shaka Atmos. First, I've never met them personally, but I've seen that what we're going through right now, they're our representatives. Regardless of whether we like it or not, they are on stage and they are in the front. And so I feel they need that support. They need that sound. They need that support. You know what I'm saying? And so if I'm able to do that, I'm not attaching myself to anybody personally. Publicly and personally, just in my own life, I got more to lose than a lot of people. I got a career that is supported by a lot of these same people we talking about. And let's be clear, I bet you that not too many of us got one of my records. You see what I'm saying? And so if we talk about what people putting on the line to get on stage, with certain people, I passed all that to the side. I'm not really trying to attach myself to anybody personally. It's about bringing forth the information in defense of our ancestors' legacy. And so I would probably share the stage with people you would probably think worse of than a brother who just has a different ideology in rectifying our people, you know what I'm saying, in order to bring forth this information. You see what I mean? So that's how I feel about it, and I understand your passion in that and all. And I trust me, I'm right with you. Ask SETI. The day after that damn debate, I'm shooting SETI information to cut up a lot of them lies Nazi put up there. And I ain't got no personal relationship with that brother either. But he clearly could go look right, pull up Jonathan Owens and his files and see that I've been working behind the scenes in order to help get this proper information brought forward, regardless of who the so-called team leader or the point guard is at that time. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? We just can't have Kim hit the dust no more.
Yeah, now, you're saying that's the number one thing is that I definitely understand with Brother Jonathan what he just now said is that because of the total onslaught in the mad disrespect that's just being put out by all the Hebrew camps seem like at once against African scholarship, against this Africa period, the Nile Valley in particular. We definitely need, at any time that we're going to address these things as African people, we need to have people who are the strongest in putting forth that information. And at times, as I said, I got to understand where he's coming from his perspective. That look, this is a situation where we just can't have going up here presenting this stuff because it's going to make us all look a fool. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that we don't want to happen because we've seen people where we've allowed propaganda to make this shit look funny. And that's my thing. I don't want the propaganda to come out funny no more.
You know what though, Born? It's just people need to know that brothers and rock women not how they feel.
I gotta talk now. I've been real motherfucking quiet. I've been trying to talk to the queen. I'm like, she probably feel my vibe, but basically what you're saying is this is a business venture. I understand the nigga, everything you said is really a sentiment that SETI also conveyed if you listen to what you just said, Brother Jonathan. You said that you speak in defense of your ancestors. That's exactly what SETI did. And to some extent, you going to line yourself with the same nigga who asking us what we doing for Dr. Ben? When they going to talk about what the fuck he doing for his motherfucking leader? Why he even aligning himself with you after his missed trials? Why would you even want your debate painted by his?
I can tell you why, good brother.
That nigga MADJAI.
From this day forth, from the back, from the whatever, I have no time to be involved in the soap opera of the conscious community. So right now, all we deal with really with the squad, we deal with primaries. We don't deal with no gossip. You ain't never came on the show hearing us talking about this man said that and you shouldn't rock with him. Nope, we scholars. Let's act like you're going to school real quick because that's what it's going to be. And when you go to school, you got an assessment of the students that you are in the classroom with. If they pair you up in a group to do a project, then that's what you got to do. Right now, that's what we doing. It ain't about no personal attachments to nothing. Like I said, we all got those brothers have personal lives as well, and they getting on the stage with me. They don't know my background. They could be like, he been rapping all kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's vice versa. And so we got to show some humility just a little bit, bro, because ain't nobody really better than the other person in that regard. So we don't just keep it to the scholarship. You see what I'm saying?
The brother Jonathan, I understand that, but let's be honest. If we argue in scholarship as if the way Europeans argue, would a group of people calling themselves Black Hebrews even get a platform for a scholarly debate? Is the question. Since we, and I said this on the show last time, and people thought I was being arrogant. I said it. I'm saying if we going to be imposing a European's ideology on how we need to be scholars about certain things, and I agree on certain things we need to be scholarly, but if we can't argue that against a group of people who call themselves Black Hebrews who have no integrity that's fashioned scholarship.
That's right. You're 100% correct, brother. But we got to start somewhere. And since we got,
let me get this out, brother Jonathan, because I know you know what I'm saying. You got a very analytical mind. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to get the wrong perception about me. You know what I'm saying? Because
you're right. I agree. Keep going.
In the classroom, Mikael, you know what I'm saying? Mikael is going to be a teacher, so forth. So my thing is on information and how to learn how people interpret information so I can come across the best way to get an understanding, knowledge with understanding. So my thing is, when the queen asked you, I feel that's what I'm saying. Do you feel that you're going to be meta? Meaning, I can give you props on your analytical mind, but I can also say that I know that you're very intelligent, and the people you're going to go debate against ain't going to have a third of your intellect. So what is the overall objective you want to get in terms of that? Meaning, you're going for one objective, but have you really questioned the motive of your opponents and really what they're going for? Because everybody going to pop up with different ulterior motives of why they had the debate, and you'll get that sentiment afterwards.
Yeah.
That's why there's no official saying, and that's why there constantly needs to be another debate with the Hebrews.
That's one of the downsides to this as well, getting caught up in the mud fight or whatever. But, hey, I got to be there. I got to go. I mean, I ask myself, why I've been doing these studies. My wife would ask me while I was sleeping with books when I didn't even have not one peer who studied medu or nothing. But I was just not knowing why it was in my life like that. And so now I know why. And so I'm going to be there regardless of whatever anybody think. And it will be, hopefully, like you said, we want some structure and correct. I agree with you. And the reason why they would not allow them to debate because they have not put forth no body of work for us to first scrutinize. People are going to say that's not true, but that they have put forth in academia to so-called bring forth a new theory for it to be peer-reviewed, challenged, and then tested, and then their stance, their theory be corrected like Diop and them did against Egyptology. And so where that's at, you see what I'm saying? That just don't exist. And so then there's a sense of a debate and whether y'all Black Hebrews or not, y'all really don't got no scholar to back that up. In academia, I would say.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, brother Josh. What I'm saying is they're not going to check none of your references. They're going there to cheerlead. And you got to ask yourself this question and turn the tables around in terms of getting your point across, meaning if they do prove, let's just say we're going to ride with the lie. If they do prove, whatever lie they're trying to prove about Egypt, then what? Because it seems like you see they get the wrong impression. Like when we go hard on and proving all the defaults, all the fallacies in religion, especially the ones that they claim to represent, it's in light of what the religion has done to us, and we contextualize it around our history. But for them, what is their real problem with Egypt? And I ask this question for you to think about, Jonathan, because you've been around for a long time. Now ask yourself this question: when have other blacks who were under the guise of religion referred to another group of poor blacks as being Afrocentric? When we know that Dr. Clark debated the house nigga right now of Cornel West over the term Afrocentric when he said it was a compromise of the word African. How do you feel about, don't that seem to you to convey that that's not y'all talk?
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. It just It conveys that they want to be isolated on some mythological aspect that God chose them over everybody else. Not only that, but even their own people who look like them. And, you know, you could decide. I said I could decide today to switch to
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm going to answer it again. When we was in school, who was the only people that referred to, like when we talk about the black side of Egypt, who were the only people that referred to as being Afrocentrics?
White people, right?
Now, you've been on a long time. When did this big power front with these black Hebrews, when did that shit just come to a head?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think they start. I don't know. I probably can't answer when the power front came with them.
Very recent, though, huh?
Pardon me?
Very recent. About the last 2 years, there's been a big revolt of these motherfuckers that's popping up. Am I right? Hebrew Call and his whole following squad. Where were them niggas at in early debates that General said you had?
Yeah, they wasn't around. I think Saletta let them in one day. And, you know.
I'm saying is, if you listen to what I'm saying right there, I'm going to shut the fuck up. It's a bigger motherfucker who's sending these ignorant people to debate us, but to still promote, we need to follow that book that's been keeping us in check for so long.
I got a good answer for that though.
Come on in.
Go on ahead.
Come on in. Then we're gonna let some of the people on the lines in. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep the questions flowing, keep this mic hot.
It's simple, yo. The largest platform that we got in the community is up in New York City, yo. Let's just keep this shit real, yo. And the only way the Magi can come through, yo, you got to come through in New York and clean motherfuckers up. I mean that's why the Magi don't ask Kemet questions. Come on, man, do your history of the Magi, what they do. Whenever Kemet is in trouble, and it is, right, the Magi come through. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Then you bang him in the mouth after it's over with. It's like when you go out with your brother, right, and your brother wrong his shit outside, right? You don't leave your brother because he's wrong. You help beat the person up. Then when you get in the house, you say, yo, you was wrong. So no matter how wrong people think politeness was on different things or back and forth, at the end of the day, yo, when the Magi come through, the Magi got to come through. I mean, that's just the way it is. There ain't no way around. And the largest stage they got is in New York City. So at what point you got to go to New York, no matter what we want to think, right? You got to go to New York. Ain't no way around it. Just like in hip-hop, it was a time when you had to go to New York. Now you don't got to go to New York. And now you ain't got to go to Hollywood. You can go to Atlanta now. The mecca has changed. But the reality is, if you want to get that shit through and get your point straight, no matter how much they try to make up shit, right, you got to go to New York. So that's just what it is.
That's real.
That's the Mecca. That's the Mecca. That's where the majority of what we would call conscious information, it headlines up out of New York. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I definitely give it that. You know, it's been a hub and a place that for a long time people could always look to and say, you know, it's intelligence up there in New York somewhere. You can go in New York and find hubs of people who were thinking African, trying to be African or trying to be black, period, or just, you know, just trying to come back to themselves. So, you know, I understand exactly where you're coming from with that right there. Mm-hmm. Brother Cores, you out there?
I said, well, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try.
We letting in somebody else who's trying to do something. What they trying to do?
They all playing on the internet, huh? They got their own playing on the air.
We trying to do. Look, though, you know, we want to try to get some of the callers in real quick. Brother Calls. Oh, I don't know what happened to my brother. That might have been his line. Somebody might have been trying to do something back there in his background. But
are you looking for me?
Who is that?
This is Mikhail. I'm here.
Oh, man.
Brother Mikhail, all right. Well, I guess our brother open your line up first. I guess your line is open. And if you got a quick question, please make the question. We don't want a long comment. Please keep your comment or question to about 2 minutes so everybody can get a chance to get it in.
All right, I'll wrap it up in 2 minutes because I got a good bit of business to do right now. All right, so
Disrespectful to hell.
Yeah, okay. So let's keep it respectful, all right? So now your brother there talked about an attack on my brother, Nasi, and attacking the information. But I want to let you know something, brother. When we talked the last time, we talked about a lot of things, right? But what we did talk about is your team's weakness. And Jonathan, I'm telling you, brother, if you value your career, you would not walk into a debating on the same team with somebody that believes starkly against what you believe. When we talked the last time, you admitted to me, and I respect you for that to the hilt, that your corpus of your work is to bring back the African studies of medu and all things that relate to Kemet to a more Afrocentric view, which means that you do not agree with the current corpus of 3 studies that are out there. We mentioned those names. But those 3 names, brother, are going to be embraced by your team members. And so you're going to have to kind of argue against that first before you can slam my brother Nasi under the bus. Because also, after you get over that hurdle, you're going to have to deal with the body of work of history that's out there. I'm going to give you one example right quick. Herodotus, brother. Herodotus, the histories, I'm just give you some help. Okay? When we talk about homosexuality and...
Before you do that, brother, explain what an Afrocentric is first.
You want me to explain that, or you want Jonathan to?
No, you, because you used the term.
Okay.
You claim that he wanted to instill a Afrocentric, so please define that.
No, I'm not going to define his words. I'm more intelligent than that.
I said African-centered.
That's right. But he's absolutely right. He said that. He said African-centered. He said African-centered. More African-centered translations than the ones that are out now.
Afrocentric. You said Afrocentric. You didn't say African-centered.
Okay, brother, it's the same thing. Okay, don't get hung up on the word. Okay, African-centered.
Go ahead with your Herodotus, because I want to hand you that back to you real quick, show you how we do this work. Go ahead.
All right. Now, you got to make sure you read the whole book. And
come on, man. That's the elementary work.
Come on,
Calm down. You know how calm I am?
Mikhail, hold on.
Yeah.
Listen, go ahead, present the information. We want... I just wanted to...
Not that I'm presenting some information. I just want to help you. Now, listen.
Go ahead.
Exactly what you're doing, Jonathan. Because I have an affinity for your work, brother. I respect it. But I do not...
Drop the bomb.
All right, drop the bomb. The role reversal of morality as relates to male and female cohabitation in the time period when Herodotus landed on the shores there. Right? Herodotus documents in Book 2, Section 35, he talks about it, brother. This is not some conjecture. Herodotus
read it.
All right, I'll read it for you. Let's go to Section 35. I'll start with not only the Egyptian climate peculiar to that country and the Nile different in its behavior from the other rivers elsewhere, here it is. But the Egyptians themselves, in their manners and customs, seem to have reversed the ordinary practices of mankind. And now Herodotus gives a for instance, not a sweeping accusation, but he says, for instance, women attend the market and are employed in trade while men stayed home and do the weaving. Right. Now, here, check this out. Check this out. I didn't write that. So hold up.
That's all you got.
No, hell no. You know better than that. You know better than that. Now, I'm talking to Jonathan. Stop it. Now, it goes on in the same section to also talk about the woman's role in Egypt. It just talked about the role reversal. The woman is doing the man's work and the man is doing the woman's work. But at the same time, the women did not hold priests' offices. So that sounds like a little bit of a subjugation issue for the women in Egypt if the woman can go out and do the work and the man weaves, but the woman can't be a priest and the man can too. And I would like for y'all to address that. Now let's put a comma there because you're a very intelligent brother, Jonathan. All right? Remember that. And not the part for me, but let me add the comma, brother, right quick. When we talked last, we spoke about the papyrus vani, right? That you guys got a special, more Afrocentric or African-centered name for that.
What the papyrus of who? Of who?
Annie, the Book of the Dead, brother, the common name.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about that, we talk about the same three corpus of people that's going to be accepted by
Hold on, Brother Mikhail. Hold on. Listen, this for the listening audience. We got a listening audience. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'd rather Brother Jonathan deal with the first part, and then you parlay to the second because there'd be so much information.
All right.
People
that's
want to make sure they keep it clear.
I respect that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think dealing with his source, Herodotus, he didn't even bring forth anything that was so much damning. He brought back what was the Greek view of what should be the role of a man and a woman in Egypt. And therefore, when Herodotus got there, since it was different than what they did, he said, hey, the roles are reversed, but it did not speak towards sexuality at all. Now let's get into the way we like to deal with it, because when we talking about Herodotus, we're talking about, 450 BC, okay? Now, so who would have been the pharaoh, the king? What culture was in Kemet at around 450 BC? I think he would have been walking into Persian culture. If you know anything about what a dynasty is, it means a family of rule. I told you that, and so when you look, actually Manetho coined that term, and when you look into what a family of rule would do when they came into culture or whatever, a lot of things changed along the lines. So if at their point in time they had women going out and going to the market and men doing the weaving, I don't think that is any strong hand for you to try to play and try to convict someone of being a homosexual culture or society. That's lightweight, silly. Let's think about any industry or the art or even having the skill to weave a fine basket. That is actually a skill in ancient days, a high technology. And so to say that the men were weavers and the women were at the market, that just shows you who at that point in time had the knowledge of making water baskets, of making all these type of things that we would weave baskets for. But then I think you had a comment. Well, you did never speak towards the papyrus of Ani. But, yeah, Herodotus won't get you past 450 BC, and that won't get you into no African times of Kemet. So if you ever want to use him as a source, you're talking about he's seen Persian kings in Kemet. Therefore, anything he say before 450 BC, it ain't a primary.
Okay, so now you have to understand that book has a chronology in it. In the back of the book, there is a chronology, and you have to have read the book first, brother, before you address the information, because you kind of fall on your sword a little bit with that. They have.
You're making no sense, brother. I just told you.
Listen what I'm saying.
Let me just ask you, because you're in the family. Now you're going down a road that I must didn't explain myself well enough. 450 BC is when he was alive, when he was in Kemet. He can talk about all the way down to the beginning of history, but that book is only good to use as a primary source for when he was alive. You see what I'm saying? You can't go before he was alive and say he had. That's like saying you a primary source on something that happened 400 years ago.
Black power. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Could I ask you real quick, Boom, can I ask something real fast?
Oh, yeah. Mikhail, that's your second question. We're going to go. Go ahead, brother. You can add on, and then we'll move to Ohio.
So he said about the women in the marketplace, right? All I would like to say is, if these Hebrew brothers just take their silly ass to like West Africa right now, and the women control the marketplace. They're the gross national product, man. Okay, they control the land. That's what Africans do. Okay? It's the matronale. I'm telling you right now, they control the marketplace. They have all the money. Dr. Clark routinely talks about this. Whole marketplace full of women with the money, man. That's what they did. And by the way, I take offense to you because my father was a tailor. Okay? A weaver, however you want to call it. He made clothes. See, there's a lot of testosterone running around here. Okay? Like it's a lot of male warrior homosexual cultural things going around here. See, and for the life of me, Mikael, I do not understand why is it that you in particular, all you can see about Africa is homosexuality. It's like you see the whole group of, hold on, if you see a whole group of naked Africans right now, you would think they was having an orgy. That's where your mind is, because you know why? Because you was raised in a male warrior homosexual culture. And your whole book you got is a male warrior homosexual culture. So all you can see is homosexuality.
I say.
Basically.
I say. We're going to move on, brother Cause. We're going to move on to the Ohio, I believe, Ohio out there. We're going to let the Ohio line open. Ohio. The Southeast Ohio. Let's see here. Ohio, your line open.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Black Power. Your line open, Queen. You got anything? Any questions? Any comments for our brother Jonathan?
I just want to make sure they don't really touch on that homosexuality stuff because it's really getting on my nerves.
Oh, it'll be dead that day. Trust me, it's gonna be dead in 10 minutes. You could count. When that subject get brought up, turn on your timer and see if it takes me more than 10 minutes. If it do, it'll just be my willingness to expound. But yeah, you saying you hope we don't touch on it?
No, I'm hoping you do because it really gets on my nerves. Because I know that one drawing that they use with the phallus symbols of the fellatio, Gab giving himself the fellatio, and that was not even true. That was actually something I had watched on one of these specials that these people be doing, where they stated that they found something in Egypt that basically was something that was not even on the walls, the temple walls, but something that they found on the scroll somewhere that was basically not even fully attached. And they basically said that this was something, they were not even sure if this was something that was
male relations?
Like taught or something that they were basically saying, yeah, we practice this, but something like someone on a lower class may have put together, and they try to pass it off as being something that was done in Kemet as if this was something that was really going on, something like it was accepted but not accepted as in if you were a part of the high, the priests and all that stuff. But what I was that a lot of the times when the Hebrews are trying to win their arguments, they always put this up, but yet they don't never give the actual facts of where that actual information comes from, those drawings come from. Because to me, when I look at it, I know that's recent material that they basically have implanted to make it seem like that was something of the ancient culture.
Yeah, it's kind of like they superimposing their tendencies on the ancient culture, like you said. And when we get to the bottom of it, it's certain terms that you find in relation with each other in medu nature that if that was your tendency, then you too would think you came to the convenient conclusion that you found homosexuality in Kemet. But actually, once we do the true analysis, it's just a misappropriation of a high science. And what that science is will be, we'll get into that. But, I thank you for even, listening and having the desire to want to end to come to this nonsense. And we're doing the work for all the people out here who got a passion for this information and want things to be corrected. So just thanks for calling in and thanks for the support. Thanks for everything.
Now, thank you for calling in, Queen. What's your name again, Queen?
I'm telling you.
All right. Well, thank you for calling in the Feet on the Ground. Hope to catch you in the future.
Yes.
All right. We're gonna move down the line to our next caller. We're gonna move to we got a South California. SoCal. Your line open. Black Power, SoCal, your line open. Is that our brother Little?
Yes, sir. Black Power family.
Black Power.
I was listening to the brother Cass, man. I've been a fan of his since Saphir and the whole squad and them when they was out. I was trying to wonder though, my G, like I don't know, maybe I clicked on late, my G. I ain't really here, but how did you come? Because I'm on that Dr. Williams tip on how I'm just trying to see how we transferring or deciphering the meta when no one heard a live person speak it. Yeah, that's cool. See, and we got to be clear on the difference between speaking it, reading it, translating it, and all the different things that we claim that we can do. I wrote a document addressing the Walter Williams. It's called Addressing Dr. Walter Williams, the Fallacy that Medu Neter has not been deciphered, or the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs have not been deciphered. You can find it at rapgod.wordpress. And what I did was basically detail what the Europeans did. The reason why I did this is because this is the information we have readily available to us. We don't have the information on how anybody who preceded their translations did it, just like we don't have the information on the people who discovered, quote-unquote, America before Columbus. Everything they discovered, quote-unquote, they discovered it first, and you can't find no evidence or nothing before that. So it's kind of like the same thing. But in the document, you'll see it's laid out easily their process when you find a trilingual inscription, and about this point in time, when a lot of foreigners had started getting into the area of the Nile Valley, it became a culture to erect trilingual inscriptions so that more than one person could read the inscription. But when they found out that one of the languages we had decoded already being the Greek, and the other two scripts going off the head being Demotic and the Medu Neter are the actual temple language, then they had found that certain names, well, it started with the cartouche, what they call the cartouche is called the Shinu, or the divine circle around the name of the pharaoh. And they figured out that was the name of the king inside of that cartouche. And upon further investigation, they realized that it was spelled out, typically, or it was spelled out by the phonemes or the sounds of the symbols. And so when they seen the P in Ptolemy and they seen it in Greek, where the king name was in Greek, and then they seen the P in Medu Neter, they could have one symbol and say, okay, this symbol, at least in this instance, on this Rosetta Stone, is, you see what I'm saying, is equal. It's like it turns into a matching game. And like some people bring forth in Egyptology, and I like to make a distinction, one of the first people to do that work, I think it was Thomas Young, did 9 letters. Champollion from the French school came through and did the whole, what they call the alphabets, identify everything that equaled up into the Greek terms from that. So if you look through that process of what they did, you can qualify it for yourself and then go look at other words in Medu Neter and see if it's consistent. See if these things, and then use Coptic to see how because it was a derivative language, one of the final stages of Medu Neter, and see if those words are pronounced that way in Coptic. And then you'll be able to come to your own conclusion by that sense of deduction that, they did something right, or this is where they messed up. You know what I'm saying? All right. Word. I have to look at the your little rebuttal you said you had there. Can you drop that link again? Yeah, it's my site is rapgod.wordpress. It's just a WordPress site, and then the name of the article is Addressing Dr. Walter Williams' Fallacy that Egyptian hieroglyphs have not been deciphered. I'm pretty sure I'll find it. I'm going to be nosy, you feel me?
Brother Little, what I'll do is I'll make sure I'll hit you with that link.
Oh, thank you, Black Man. Hey, but Black Power, you know what I mean? I'm just on the fence with the Medu Neter thing, you know what I mean? But, if a nigga just say, hey, man, I made it up, I'll roll with that too. You know what I mean? Black Power, though. It's all good. I appreciate it. Look into it, bro, and you can get some clarity on that. I appreciate the support.
But come on, family. For those of us who ain't got internet, what is the real meat and bread about your rebuttal, and what are you pointing out that Dr. Walter Williams is not pointing out accurately?
And why did
I thought I detailed it the way that we have a 3-language inscription. Let's say you did one right now. Let's say you wrote my name is Minkarai in English, and you put an underline the name Minkarai. Then you wrote it in Greek. I know a little bit about the history. That's why I'm asking you in that context. The significance about the Rosetta Stone, or the significance about hieratic and demonic hieroglyphs, is that that is the way Europeans were able to see how our ancestors gave them a written language. In a way, in a sense, and they also acknowledge it in their mythology. We just got to know their mythology. We got to know the story.
Let me out the window, because we seeing in this time of history, the issue in this time period of history is spoken language and written language in terms of us finding culture material to be able to back up that evidence that's found. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. But that argument to get tore up by anybody who know, because we talking about the Rosetta Stone, and that time period is in the Ptolemaic time period, and they got Homer writings that go back to 850 BC. So if you really use periodization with your argument, it'll help the strength.
That's a linguist, period. Point out, significant to Europeans finding out when the Egyptians were able to put a spoken language, because they didn't have a written language prior. That's why when you find old Coptic writing, it looks like ancient Greek symbols, because they had no written. That's all Walter Williams was saying in that fashion. That's why I asked the question. It would be more easier, and there are more documents written in demonic and hieratic than there are in the formal hieroglyphs, because that was something that was. And I have no problem with our folks. I just say that there needs to be a small group of elders given the exclusive interpretation of translation on hieroglyph, because you got two type of things: translation.
Oh, yeah. You're right. You're right. Keep going.
But the youth need to do the demonic and hieratic, because
you're right. You can't. It's not to cut you off, but the demonic is going to be a little bit less useful to us, brother. Keep it in context. Demonic going to be really less useful to us. Translating those documents, a lot of them is mixed between demonic and Greek. In that time period, we're going to be figuring out what the Romans and all the other people were doing in the late time period.
All the mathematical science that Europeans did get out of Egypt was written in hieratic and demonic, because it was the
hieratic. See, listen, you got to, bro. I try to get you to address periodization. Hieratic been around since the beginning. Demonic came at the end. That's only what the Greeks was using, so it's not as elemental to our research as knowing hieratic is. Knowing hieratic is, but you got to also keep it in the sense of what these words mean. Hieratic go back to the priestly writing. I'm going
to read this out. And while I'm reading this out, I want you to put a context with it, right? You mentioned the Persian period during Herodotus, right? Go on your computer, type in old Persian text, and go to Google Image. You can see what it looks like, and then you tell me what it looks like, and then I'm going to read this text.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the privilege to do that, but if you could expound on what the old Persian looks like.
When you read it, my argument is these were the same people, because when you look at the Persian text, they look Arabic. They look like formal Arabic before Arab, obviously, right? Okay. Because we're doing with the Persian period. We're doing during Darius. That's why.
What that got to do with the medu neter?
That's what I'm saying.
What that got to do with the medu neter being deciphered in Greek and the trilingual inscriptions and the multiple trilingual inscriptions they found?
That's why I asked you to listen. The name demonic, popular, is taken from Herodotus to denote the ordinary Egyptian handwriting in late times.
In his time, 450 BC. That's what I'm saying. That wasn't.
I just feel born in late times. That's why I say now put the context. What I'm saying whenever you get to a computer, what the fuck McGraw was saying, look up the old Persian text, and you'll be like, oh, get the fuck out of here. And then you'll be able to see what I'm saying. Like, these are the same people, because it's Arabic writing.
So is your argument that is at that demonic is at the root of Arabic?
No, what I'm saying is once Darius comes up the first, write this name down, because this is where the Hebrews get the.
I got it in my head, bro. Darius the first, Darius the second. So I can give you songs about it.
Jules O'Perk was the sole linguist. You get on him, you'll chew their ass up.
I don't know him.
Sumerian text, all that shit gonna go back to Darius. All that's biblical. So that's all going back to his interpretation. Another Frenchman, just like Napoleon.
Wait. You talking about King Darius, brother?
Oh, listen what I'm saying. Write this name down, brother Jonathan. Jules O'Perk, right?
Jules?
Jules. OCPERT. And go to Google Scholar. And just look at his works. You're going to see him in the 18th century, right? Look at his works.
What he worked on?
He was the sole translator of Sumeria. He didn't, meaning, I learned this when I went to archaeological school this summer. All archaeologists do is find shit and catalog it. But whoever writes the book does the interpretation. That's what people don't. So when they find something, oftentimes you gotta read the footnotes and see, is that the archaeologist's interpretation or is that the person writing the book's interpretation? See what I'm saying? He was the soul. So that's why I asked, if you're doing anybody teach you linguists, and they teach you Sumerian and cuneiform text, if they don't mention Jules O'Perk, you better watch them. Because
I got you on all that, but my brother, in the sense of detailing your argument and being able to follow along and having a debater's memory, we were talking about the medu being deciphered. Now, you start making a lot of good points, but they did not pertain to the topic of whether it had been deciphered or not.
In terms of your rebuttal on Walter Williams' claim, well, not claim, his work, because he proved it.
Pardon me? What did you say?
My comments were regarding what you stated. I said, could you make it more plain in regards to your paper that you said you posted online for those who may not have their website?
I'm sorry if I hadn't made that clear, man. I thought I did a couple times. I'll try to make it clearer. What can I say? If you take 3 different languages and write the same thing in 3 different languages, brother, and you figure out that the same thing, it says the same thing, and you figure it out also that certain words are pronounced the same exact way, then you would eventually be able to decode which word is which. And we was been blessed with certain materials that actually, let me just give you something that ain't even got to do with the medu. Let's go to a trilingual inscription from King Azana from like the 4th century, where on there we have Geese, or Sabian, and I forgot the 3rd language on that inscription. I think it's Meroic or Old Nubian, but you can look into that. And now that the same thing has been used to decode whichever the language was. I think it was Old Nubian. I might be wrong. But the 3rd language is the same process with the trilingual inscription. This is why they started writing them. You see what I'm saying? And so we just figured out that whole science of why they would even write something like a Rosetta Stone with 3 different languages on it.
And that was very brought up to Walter. I'm going to leave it alone.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
Something real quick, real fast, which is funny, right? And you don't even have to have a scholarly mind on this. This is a common sense mind, right? You had the brother called in. Not sure if he deals with Egypt or not. I wonder, right? Then we clearly know that what is Walter Williams' claim to fame? Anybody know? That's a question.
Didn't know Walter Williams wrote a book.
What is his claim to fame? What does he represent? What does Walter Williams represent? What does he always say? He always says, somebody don't know, he always talks about the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians this, the ancient Egyptians that. Now, he takes the stance, right, that the medu has not been translated. So then, me with my mind, I'm wondering to myself, well, if the medu has not been translated, right, then how does Walter Williams know so much about the ancient Egyptians? How
now
do you know?
You sound like Shaka.
No, let me finish. Come on, let me finish.
I got something for that.
Let me finish. How is it that he understands, right, the cultural practices, right, of Egypt, okay? What is he using to understand the cultural practices of Egypt? How does he know how they think if he's not looking at their literature? He would have to have the understanding of their literature. That is the only way any of us can make the stance that Egypt had this and Egypt had that and their spiritual system was this, and everybody agrees with that, but yet they'll then turn around and say, y'all can't read that election. For the life of me, I'm not understanding how we can even say that Egypt is this and Egypt is that without looking at their literature.
Brother, your question omits your ignorance on that question. I hate to say it, but it's true.
No, well, go ahead. I'm listening.
Because I just asked the question. You can't rush towards Medu Neter if you ain't studied the plethora of demonic and heretic writings on stones and papyruses that the Europeans. That's really what they're in the face. When I bring it up, I'm gonna get shut down.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. That's simply not true. I'm sorry, but you're just saying something that you're acting like you know something, but you don't know what you're talking about. And when I mean you don't know what you're talking about, you don't know heretic, you don't know Medu Neter, you don't know demonic. You don't know any of these languages, so how could you give us evidence of which one we would need to know?
I know history, though.
What does history got to do with this? You really don't know history because your argument is not laced with periodization. Heretic has been around since at least the 4th dynasty, bro. The demonic came after the 27th dynasty. So tell me how I need to know the demonic, the decolonization of Britain in the 12th dynasty.
Your crowd is Egypt from.
Hold on 1 second. Well, listen, right? I don't mind the energy. I want the conversation to flow, but if I could, please get not too much just cutting each other off. I just want, because the information is going to be pertinent. Everybody asking questions, so I want the information to go out, but I definitely want it to be a little bit more, cohesive, so everybody can be able to understand what's being said. Because I can't get a grasp of what's being said.
No doubt. Go ahead, my brother.
What I'm saying is, study Jewish meaning you have to know how things work in terms of how European curriculum works towards history, how it works towards archaeology and anthropology, right? When you look at everything, first off, has to fit within this type biblical sense. Whether you be scientific or not, you're gonna get caught up in it, right? My claim is this, and the minute I've talked to Walter on the phone, and he's the only person who, when I said Jewish old perk, me and him talked 20, 30 minutes on the phone because he said you've been studying, right? When you look up Jewish old perk, you're gonna find him in the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? He is famous because he is the first person to go down there and put a chronological history to that area over there known today as Mesopotamia. He has a Jewish background, right? Everything that he translated stands as concrete right now in curriculum in 2015, right? When you look at his own works, it's in French. Now we got to use our analytical mind. What is the fascination with French? If we know about the Conference of Berlin, and we know that even back then the French got most of the equatorial Africa, so that a lot of Africans speak French. And we know that Sheikh Diop learned a lot of his science came out of French. We know that the French found a lot of antiquity before other Europeans got, like you speak over. Your history was on that earlier, Jonathan, when you were saying that the English came over. And right, but the French found it first because Napoleon went to Egypt trying to, like you put earlier, he was trying to go over there really to decipher the Turks. Even back then, the Turks was the problem. So you was running all that. I'm just saying, Jewish old perk, when you look at the fascination, that's why when he said, you can tell that the Egyptians gave the Greeks an alphabet because prior to being named one Greek institution before Egyptian contact, there is not one. But when you look at Egyptian time period when the Greeks came, the language changed. Every time, that's what the whole context between the heretic and the demonic is that every time a conqueror came into Egypt, the written language changed. They came in there illiterate. So Walter Williams is right when he says that we were the only people who were literate. And the only people who show a chronological original birth of writing are the Chinese outside of, we know there's African influence there, but in terms of the history, in terms of BC time period. So when you say superior, and even when you look up demonic, it's still going to mention the first order biblical.
You messing up. You're talking too much. That's an old ancient Egyptian text that say when you meet a man in debate and he is not your equal, no disrespect, but you just let them talk. and you keep on messing up further and further by trying to show your knowledge. I told you the period that you are.
So you need to go let me speak.
I thought we were going to why you won't let me talk for yourself?
Hold on. Human niggas to argue a myth. So you need to go to the
I want you to let me get my words in.
Hold on, brother.
I'll get it.
Brother Minkarah, just let the brother respond. Let him get his response, so then we can make sure everybody keeps flowing. I want him to be able to respond though, because we want to make sure that this is for the listening audience, not only for myself, but this for the audience too. My daughter in here listening to the information. You know, I don't know how other many people might got.
Nigga rocking with polite and Nick writing papers about Walter Williams. He wrong.
All right, then I just want to hear the brother. I just want to hear the brother out.
Brother Bourne. Can we stop making Rob for doing the hip hop shuffle, please? I asked a question about.
Go ahead.
I asked that question.
That's going to take it even further.
It's not because the whole listening audience heard me ask.
Listen, let brother Jonathan respond, and then let's keep it moving. And I want to go, and we can hit the next caller on the line, and we can keep it moving. I don't want this to flow into I don't want to turn into an African discourse. Just going at each other.
Not a problem. But maybe I'll get my question answered one day. So everybody loves Kemet. Why do y'all love Kemet? Because we can't read the shit. What do we love him? Shut up.
Well, to address the brunt of his argument, which switched over multiple times, it came down to a point where he seems to believe that we need to study demotic. Now, I agree with him that we need to study hieratic, but what I tried to point out was that periodization is affecting his argument, and what I put forth that we'll find hieratic as a priestly writing or as even a common rite going back to at least the 4th dynasty, okay? But you're not going to find demotic before a so-called 27th dynasty, if I'm incorrect. Y'all got computers in front of y'all, look that up. And so this language is pertaining to demotic it was the public popular language. That go back to Greek. You see what I'm saying? There was the popular language when the Greeks were around. So to argue that in order to understand the priestly writing, which is in the pyramids called the medu necher, you see, are in coffin text, which is the medu necher. To argue you need to know demotic to understand that just simply knows that it shows you don't really understand this to a certain extent. Because demotic was not around at no time at any pyramid text was ever carved ever.
That's not what I'm saying, Brother John. Listen what I'm saying. Demonic is written from right to left in horizontal lines, right? The great bulk of existing demonic papyri and orchestra are legal documents. I'm saying there's a wealth of information regarding that time period we need to decipher. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is you have to crawl before you can walk. Obviously, there was, because why would the Egyptians have 3 different writings? Otherwise, there'd be one formalized style of writing if it was easy to understand. I'm saying we need to take our time, and even our elders, Dr. Ben, never made claims to be great ciphers of Medu Neter, but he knew how demonic and hieratic were contextualized and how important to their history.
I want to put it the simplest way I can put it for you, not to cut you off, just real simple and real quick. No pharaoh, or no Nisu, especially no black pharaoh who is not overtaken by an empire, ever seen demotic. Ever. Period. So take that. They never seen it. It didn't exist in their time. They seen hieratic and medu neter. Now go take that.
Where are you getting your interpretation from? First off, I'm gonna ask you this question. What's significant about I'm just gonna make this comment first. What's significant about Walter Williams is that he's in Chicago. As an anthropologist, you know what's significant about Chicago? That's where carbon dating goes to. Type in carbon dating accuracy. Is it accurate? In Google Scholar, not just Google Scholar. So you want to see scholarly papers since we've been scholarly. And you're going to see that, obviously, that's why we have to use thorough fluorescence testing and other testing other than carbon dating, because it's not accurate.
All right, what does that have to do? See, you're never addressing anything I say, brother. You just got up intensity to argue. I just said nobody.
Because we don't even know the time extent between those foreigners really being there. That's what we need to really decipher as well.
Which ones I don't know the difference between. I've been detailing it all night. What you want to deal with? We can go.
Hold on. I asked you what ancient Persian right looked like. You didn't. You said it looked like Arabic to me.
What are you looking at Persian writing look like? Why would I need to know what ancient Persian writing looked like? We talked about that when I brought that up to say that Herodotus, who left us his annals in Greek, arrived at 450 BC in the time period of the Persians. You must not be able to follow your own arguments, brother. You see, you got to not try to mix things up for people. Everyone's going to listen back to this and see who's detailing things, who's keeping track.
Hold on. Listen, hold on. I'm going to pause for a moment. Let's take a breath. Let's pause. I want to go to another caller. I want to get this into another direction for a second. We'll get back to this conversation. We're not going to the line, not about to drop right now. But I want to make sure some of the other callers better get in, and we'll make sure that this thing keep on flowing. All right? Is that all right with everybody?
No. Yes, sir. No, because I didn't get my question asked. That's not fair. Just not fair. I just want to know, why do we love Egypt so much, Born? Why do us as African people flock to the Nile Valley and love their culture? Because it's the literature that tells us about how do we know about their morality code? How do we know about Maya? Matter of fact, how in the hell we can't read it? I don't even know what your name is. It's crazy argument, man. Some basic 101 will clearly show you that the only way we understand Egypt so much is through its damn literature. Let that shit go, man.
All right, we're gonna move on real quick. Illinois, out there near Chicago.
What up?
Like Power.
Peace, brother. Peace. I'm a rock squad up, man. It's your boy Ngozi. I'm just listening to the brothers go in, man. Peace.
What up? I'm a rock squad up.
I'm a rock squad up. Magi.
Yes, I'm just listening to the brothers getting in, man. I mean, I know Dr. Walter Williams in Chicago. I mean, not Walter Williams, but the brother that he's talking about, who said that the Greeks never exist and Persians never exist and all these people never exist. But then when you start getting into archaeology and you start looking at the certain people and certain dynasties in Egypt, you see these people. You see them clearly on the walls, and you see the depiction. You even have a Ptolemy dynasty of graveyards where you find Greek-type looking people in those areas. So who the hell are those people and who are those mummies? Or are they just all made up? That's the question.
Walter Williams never said the Greeks didn't exist. He said the Persians. He said he questioned the Persians' existence.
But they found the graveyard as well as Persians. They found the graveyard as well with Persian-looking people as well in certain dynasties. Who are those people?
Well, physically, how can you put a physical characteristic on a linguistic ethnic group?
I'm talking about a certain type of phenotype of people in the grave was found with the so-called Persian art or Persian attire, their type of customs that they were described as wearing and having. Who the hell were those? Who were those people? Who were the Greeks going back and forth with? Because when the Greeks came into Egypt, they weren't even going into Egypt to go against Africans. We was already out of the picture. We were there, but we was out of the picture running as a government. The Greeks were trying to keep up with the Persians. Who were they in competition with? When Alexander the Fat came into Egypt in 332 BC, who was he going against? Because when he was there, he was going against those type of people that came from that Persian area. So who was those people that the Greeks was fighting against? Because they wasn't against Africans at all. Actually, to be honest with you, the Africans were happy that the Greeks came in to get these other people off their ass who were like the Persian type people. Who are those people? It's all in Egyptian literature.
Thank you. Matter of fact, Alexander said he wanted to go all the way to the Far East, and it was Aristotle who convinced him, no, go down in Egypt, because everybody been going in there and going through their ranks and their degrees. He didn't want to do that. It was, if you look through the history, you'll find out Aristotle, convinced Alexander to go and run down up in Egypt and take it from the Persians. So when he was conquering the East, that's what they're talking about. He just didn't go all the way to the walls of the end of Asia or whatever. They took a detour down in the Kemet to catch, who was it? Did they catch, was it Darius? No, they didn't catch Darius. Who did they caught? I don't know.
I think was it Xavier or Xerxes was one of them. I think it was Xerxes.
Let's be real. The fascination with the Persians is coming from a Hebrew, a Jew, because he's the one who saved persecution. It's still biblical. The first reference for Darius, before you even got the contextualization of what Xerxes was or what a Persian was, it came out of biblical reference.
So did Egypt. Egypt came out of biblical reference as well. The Hebrews were upset because the people of the Nile didn't call themselves Egyptians. That's some shit too.
Hey, Guzzi, what's so fascinating about Egypt? Because we can use all four the European can use all four principles of anthropology to prove it's there. They got archaeology, they got bones.
But Egypt. Hold on, let me just say this, Mekabah. Let me just say this right quick. You can't base stuff on Egyptology because the whole 18th dynasty mummy said they didn't even know who the fuck those people was. So just because they have art, just because they have anthropology on certain things, they don't even know who half of them people are sometimes. Did you know that?
Brother, if you don't know the history of Egypt, you know one thing. There's archaeology there, right? That's one form. There's biological, there's bones and biology there. There's culture, and we still can find
fossils in Iraq and Iran too, bro. Who are those fossils in Iraq and Iran?
Hold on, and go. Just let them finish. I want everybody to get their statement all the way out, please.
What I'm saying is before you don't need no interpretation on Egypt because there's four principles. There's archaeology there, there's biology there, there's culture, and there's written language on walls, right? So all you gotta do is show a person a picture of a pyramid and a mummy, and they know what the fuck that's Egypt, right? But everything else outside of Egypt, even the Persian.
Can I talk now?
Coming from another person's interpretation. That's why I say every ancient written. Look up ancient Persian text. Visually, you can see what it looks like, and it looks like Arabic. So
of course, it looks like Arabic. These people, they were all related. They look just alike. But what I'm trying to tell you is this: you have relics in Iraq and Iran. You have skeletons. You have certain. They're not. This is the thing. They wasn't as advanced as the people in Egypt. Let's get that correct. They only had mud huts and little small-ass ziggurats that was revealed over in modern centuries. They didn't have shit over there. But you do have certain artifacts of things over there. You have weaponry that they found over there. You have tools that they found over there. You have fossils that they found over there. And you also got a shitty-ass religion that's not Abrahamic called Zoroastrianism that comes from somewhere. It exists prior before Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Zoroastrianism is still floating around. So what I'm trying to ask you, brother, is who are these people and who forms Zoroastrianism, which has nothing to do with the Hebrew, nor Christianity, nor Islam. Zoroastrianism was floating around for a long time. Where the fuck did that come from? That's my question.
Okay, in the classroom, in the European white man classroom, all those groups are put in linguistic, ethnic categories, meaning the Babylonian, the Akkadian. The only thing that they really have in common is language. And
can I tell you something, though? I'm going to bring the Iranian. I hear a lot of listen, brother. Mekabah. I hear what you're saying, and I hear a lot of people talk about these people in the Middle East. I know a lot of people in the Middle East. I got a dude named. I ain't gonna put their names out here, but this is what I'm gonna do one. If you don't mind, brother, that run this show, I put our Iranian and Iraqi on the phone and let you brothers talk to them so they can tell you how you feel about Europeans. When you say it was created in European academia, that's bullshit. Most people in the Middle East or people in the Near East towards the area that you're talking, they don't even like white people. They don't even like white people. So you tell me that these people in the Near East and these people in the so-called Middle East are just made up? They don't like white people, and I'm sure they don't like black people. So when I'm asking you, Mekabah, you're an intelligent brother. What I'm trying to ask you is this: who are the descendants of these people that we see today that live in the Near East and that live in Iraq? And those monuments that they do find, even though it's not as advanced as the shit in Egypt, who the fuck are they and who were they? That's my question. I don't want to hear nothing about what the dude from Chicago that you learned from, because that's his shit. That ain't what you didn't see it yourself hands on. I'm asking you a question. Who the hell were those people and those fossils, the small little relics that they do find? Who are those people? That's my question to you. You. My point exactly. No one can answer the question. What I'm trying to say is that the people did exist, man, and that's just the bottom line. That's just the bottom line.
What I'm saying is, even right now in 2015,
if we look at that area, that Western Asian area that's chopped up politically, if you really look at the people, they're separated only by culture and ethnicity. And if we were to study their biology, they all probably they look basically the same, right?
Of course they look the same.
They're more divided in language and culture and politics than African countries are. And that was the main point that Chancellor Williams wrote in his book, The Destruction of Black Civilization.
But the thing is, they even though Nigerians and Ghanaians look the same, they both live in the same co-region of Southwest and Central Africa. They next to each other, but they're not the same. So what I'm trying to say is that it's the pictures on the wall. They are different. They are different because they are different, brother. Because the Ghanaian that practices a traditional system is not the same as the brother who practices Yoruba. The Hausa who live in northern Cameroon, who are Chadic-speaking people, speak an Afro-Asiatic language. Even though they look like Bantu speakers, or Yoruba speaking people, they're not the same. They're not the same, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how black they are, how dark they are. They are not the same. If you go to Nigeria, as an African American, and you mistake a Yoruba for a Hausa, you're gonna see how they treat your ass. They're not the same. A Yoruba is not an Igbo either. They're not the same. They're not the same. So what I'm trying to say is that you can have.
You giving them the wrong name. I wouldn't go innately and say that's because that's the people's mentality. You call the person by their wrong title, or of course. But you can't show me the same interior differences among culture and language and politics that exist between these people then and now. It's so-called biblical history, they still got the problem with the Middle East. These motherfuckers, when I was a Muslim, I was for 10 years. I'm like, why do Arabs have this problem? I thought they all were one Arab world.
If you follow Egyptian literature, the Egyptians said the people, the Amu has been fighting since the time of Horus. The people in the Middle East have been fighting each other for thousands of years, bro. They came and they Kemet fighting each other. Most of the Hyksos that came into Egypt was on a run from other types of Asiatics. They were scared to go their ass back into Asia because they feared the Assyrians. They were scared of them. So what I'm trying to say, if you study the people or the culture of the Middle East, you'll know what type of people they are. They're violent, fighting people. And they've been fighting since people have been in those routes and those zones. So the Hebrews, who are another type of Semitic, Eurasian, Arab, Transcaucasoid-looking people, and not black, nor are they pale-skinned Caucasians, that come out of that same branch of that same group, they were complaining about other Asiatic groups that they was amongst because they was being oppressed and they was the outcasts and the lambs of those areas. And they went into Egypt. If they did, Egypt, they all types of areas, from Zoroastrianism, from Egypt, and they copied and pasted from so-called Sumer.
I'm gonna be quiet, right? I'm gonna say this. You have to be honest with yourself, and you have to admit, right? It isn't a coincidence that even with the biblical, right? Even if someone used the archaeological, from Sumeria to Babylon, right? These people all claim to be the same people, but they all their language changes faster and quicker than Kemet do.
Well, if you study the Sumerians, I get what you're saying, brother. But if you study the Sumerians were not the same. The Sumerians were not the same. The Sumerians. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you say what you're saying. I'm gonna go. Go ahead.
If they were just one God's people, right? I'm just put it in one bag, right? Why do the names keep going from Akkadian, Sumerian, right? So that proves my point with the language is always changing. So they're only making the historical connection through language. That's all I'm saying.
Now, can I say something though, brother? If you know anything about language or linguistics, you'll know that Akkadian is one of the first Semitic languages that come. It's one of the first Semitic languages that come out of the so-called Semitic family. This is one of the first outside of Ugaritic. Now the thing is, when you start, let me just say, hold on. Let me just say, hold on, God, let me. Damn, man, I thought you was finished. Go ahead.
Just let him finish, please. I want to hear what he got to say. I mean, you know you got the floor to go right back in. I just want to hear what he got to say. Let him complete his thought, please.
Go ahead.
Now, go ahead. Ngozi, go ahead. Complete your thought.
What I'm saying is that if we understand Akkadian, which is a Semitic language, one of the first Semitic languages, the Sumerians didn't even speak a Semitic language, nor did they speak an Indo-European language. Most people consider their language Altic, or some people would say Bantu, but Bantu didn't exist then. I'm throwing it out the window. I'm going to say what type of languages they did speak is closer to something called Tamil, a Dravidian language, because you had Harappa civilizations over there, like the Tamilian speakers, and they had Nilo-Saharan type dialects because people from the Nilo-Saharan area went over there. You study the Marsh Arabs, you can see the DNA of the African presence amongst those people with the LM8130, which is the Dravidian mark on the paternal side. We're going to knock that out the window. But what I'm trying to say is that when the Akkadians came in, Akkadians or Akkadian, that language family is one of the first Semitic established languages, established Semitic language outside of Ugaritic. And if you study what class of Semitic is in, it's in the class of Afroasiatic. Now, I keep going backwards and forward. If we follow all the way to the base of the Nile, I'm going to keep going backwards and forward. Proto-Omotic, that's one of the oldest strands of Afroasiatic. Then it goes into the Proto-Chadic. Then it goes into Proto-Amazic languages. Then the Natufians, I keep bringing them up. They were the ones who were the same people who brought agriculture into the Middle East to show these motherfuckers how to deal with vegetation and crops and even how to deal with certain growths and different things. In that Fertile Crescent area, they brought agriculture over there. They also showed the people how to deal with irrigation. It was an African presence in the Middle East. If you understand who the Natufians were, if you understand the Assyrian culture, you can see who brought the Afro-Asiatic custom there. But when they got there, it was the Nostratic-speaking people were already there. So later on, down around 1,000 years later, you found the first established Semitic language called Akkadian. And Akkadian is not related to Sumerian. The Akkadians ransacked the Sumerians. Hold on, let me just say this. Akkadians ransacked the Sumerians. What I'm trying to say is that you had civilizations in those areas. We disregard the Harappa civilization, a black civilization of people who were not from. The ancestors came from Africa 70,000 years before they was established. Were dark skinned. They're called Dravidians, the Arula class or the Arula group. These people lived in and had the Harappa civilization. They were also partially Sumerian groups of people, the people that we call the Sumer or the Babylonian blackheads, the black faces. These people, this is a description. They spoke Tamil. So if you're going to deny them, you're going to deny the Harappa civilization that they have over there. And Akkadians smashed their ass. They smashed their ass. And after Akkadians smashed their ass, it's a fact. And you have relics and you have fossils of the Gutians who came in and smashed them, who came from the Taurus and Zagros Mountains. Today they call them Kurds. The Kurds, or the modern-day Kurds, of the Taurus and Zagros Mountains, are the descendants of the Gutians. Then you turn around and have the Amorites that come in, which was another class of Arab-type people that come from the western side of the Arabian Peninsula before they were called Arabs. They come in. Later on, goddamn, the Sumerians try to come back under King Gudia, but they was already watered down and filtered. It was over with. Then you get the Persian class that come in. Then you get the Babylonian thing that was established. Later on, you get the Persians, which was another type of Indo-European people, which was a cousin to the Macedonians. If you study the Georgian region, the Georgians, the Ukrainians, the Macedonians, the Bulgarians, all those type of people are related if you study Indo-European language, even the early Anatolian language, because Indo-European established language comes from the Anatolian region that we call Turkey, if you deal with language, or if you deal with language for real. So what I'm trying to say is these people did exist. Go ahead.
I mean, your memory is impeccable in class. That's family. That's textbook line for line what that cracker tell you, right? You know all that, but brother. You're the person who invented that was Jules Oper. Nobody's looked this up. Jewish encyclopedia, Jules Oper. This thing got a pride for this shit. First French linguist interpretation on that whole area to prove he was the one who put the biblical twist to it. Line for line, like Ngozi said, look him up first, then say, brother, go, brother McRock, you right? Jules O. Perk.
Oh, hey, bro, you've been mentioning him all night. One dude, but he's irrelevant to nothing we've been talking about. Have you noticed that?
With his work, you can't make an argument that sounds. Because when you argue,
you said he translated Sumerian first, right? He just got through telling you Sumerian was a language isolate, but related to other languages.
That ain't even related to Sumerian.
The whole year, he was arguing over Sumerian on Amara's show until I think it was Ishmael who looked this shit up and said, "Damn, Nicola, you got a point there. Look up the Quran before we make an argument on
But the guy that you're bringing up, I'm aware of the guy that you're bringing up. He never said that the Sumerian language was related to the Dravidian language. He wouldn't have said no shit like that. He didn't say nothing about the Dravidian language, nor did he bring up the Harappa civilization. Why don't you talk about them people, man?
You're not familiar with
what I'm trying to say, if we go look him up right now, I can guarantee you that this dude, people still don't want to acknowledge that the Sumerian language was similar to the Dravidian language. Nobody wants to do that. You got people running around here saying you got people saying they spoke a Bantu language before they even understand the people in the geographical location.
I came to this point 3 years ago after that shocking inducement, right? This Indukima is relevant because he's in France. When I read Jules O. Perk, and then I started studying Napoleon, and then I started seeing the role the French play in linguists. I started saying, So Shaka Dukim over there in France is relevant because they rule interpretation. That's why do you think they say that French is the romantic language of it's the most, I guess the most, you could say the most pleasant sounding European language.
It's an Indo-European language. German is an Indo-European language. The language that you speak in English is an Indo-European language. All of these languages that we are speaking is Indo-European, except the Finland language. They don't speak an Indo-European language, but English is a branch of Indo-European. So is Latin and Spanish. So we all speak an Indo-European language, but where's the origins of Indo-European? The origin of Indo-European comes from out of the so-called Anatolia area that we call Turkey today. We are all speaking an Indo-European dialect. When did these Indo-European speakers go into Europe and give these people their language founded when they were living in caves painting themselves blue, according to the first Indo-European speakers that made it there in 2000 BC, if we follow the timeline? What I'm trying to tell you is that you're talking about would never say that the Sumerians spoke a Dravidian language. I hear people say Bantu. I hear all these other people speaking languages, but they disregard the black presence of the Tamilian speakers who live in those areas for thousands of years. Who are those people? And the fossils that they found in those areas. They didn't exist? That's my question.
When you look at
let the other brother build, God.
Hold up, I want to ask Ngozi something because I want to get something clarified. Hold on, I just want to hear. I heard Ngozi say something. I just want to get the name clarified again, real quick. Now, you said it was what people? It was a name that sounded like Dravidian that you said was there.
The Dravidian people, they were living in that area that we know is southern Iraq, in that southern Iranian area. You had a large Dravidian population. Go ahead.
No, I mean, in like your last sentence, you said it was some other Africans. It was some other people living over there.
You had a Nilo-Saharan group of Africans that went there. They came out of people that came out of Sahara. They were Nilo-Saharan speakers. They went over there as well. But before them, even before the Nubian C group or Nubian A group even go into the Middle East, you had an early African group of people that went over there that taught agriculture called the Natufians. And I think people should look up the Natufians. If you study the Natufians, you can see that they were part of the Tyrian culture of North Africa, and they were responsible for the agriculture.
Can you spell that? Can you spell Natufians for me real quick?
Natufian, Natufians. And if you look up the Natufians, you will see who they were and what they did in the Middle East. And when they found the fossils of these people, they were the ones that were responsible for bringing agriculture to West Asia. They started in Africa 15,000 years ago. They made it to the Middle East. They mastered it in Fertile Crescent. They took the earliest farming that you see in Europe is only 8,000 years old. You see farming in the Middle East going back 10,000. You see people preserving grains and certain types of grains and nuts, and even dealing with cows and being pastoralists, preserving the cows and different shit that you see on the Silly Cave art or the cave art of North Africa. You see it around there 15,000 years ago from this Assyrian group of people that formed in the Maghreb of North Africa that we know as the Natufians. The Natufians took it over there. All I'm trying to say. So if we're going to disregard the Natufians and we're going to disregard our Dravidian ancestors, who are distant relatives to us, who maintain a dark skin because they stayed in the southern latitude of the planet and equatorial boundaries of the planet with a certain type of ultraviolet ray to allow them to maintain their uromelanin and have darker pigment, you can't disregard these people because they were there and they had civilizations outside of Africa.
All right. I just wanted to get that. I wanted to get that name clear. I want to make sure that everybody in the audience to get it clear. So just in case they wanted to do their own research, that's one of the things I wanted to do. I don't mind y'all asking each other questions. Brother Mick already know, that's my co-host, so he
that's my boy.
But I just want to make sure that everything that y'all saying is clear though to each other. I know this is African love up here. We African first, second, and third, so that's why we rock with y'all. We let you know what I'm saying. So we don't have no problem with us. But I just want to make sure that it's
regardless of Mick Rob view, because he ain't got to believe what I believe and he ain't got to feel what I feel, but him and me and you and we all know who our enemy is. That's what's important. I'm just here to say that everything that some of our scholars say, and I do regard the brother that he talked about from Chicago as a scholar, but everything they say in part ain't correct until you do the research yourself. The modern people in certain areas that come from these areas today who I talk to and who I communicate with. And for some reason, a lot of black people believe that people of the Middle East like white people, and they don't. Even though they don't like your ass either. They don't like you and me either, but they definitely don't like white people. If you know anything about the Arabs, they enslaved women from the Georgia area, from the fucking I'm talking about near the Caucasus area in Georgia, and they was enslaving Armenians, and they was enslaving sub-Saharan Africans. And when people started to play that role, like blacks were the only ones being abused and misused, it makes you look like a victim, and you're the weakling of the planet, who you're the only person that got your ass. Not understanding that these people.
Not to me, brother. No, brother, no disrespect. I'm only concerned about my people. I'm not knocking that, sister. I'm not knocking at you. I know you're concerned about your people, and I'm just trying to add more topics to it. I'm saying in difference to your statement. I'm saying that I see that in reverse. Why would we be concerned about other people of the cracker being dogged out by the cracker Arab? Why would I be concerned about that anyhow? I'm only concerned about the bullshit that they did to my people. You know what I'm saying? That's what affects me. And brother, I want to make sure I heard something correctly. Did you say that the area that is now called the Middle East, which we can go up to Turkey, was not initially inhabited by Africans in a majority?
At the beginning, it was 50 years ago when you first migrated out, but when you mutated and unique features in those geographical locations, looking at the fossils and looking at the limb proportions, studying the DNA or the SNPs or what we refer to as single nucleotide polymorphosis, 50,000 years ago, you were the only people over there. But when people stay in certain areas for thousands of years, eating different temperatures of food and different types of plant life and different types of animal meat, and you stay somewhere for thousands of years with different latitudes and different types of sunlight, you're not going to be the same when it comes to 2,000 years or 3,000 years or 4,000 years, even if you're brown skinned. We have to understand what skull types is and cranial structures, aquiline features, protonadistic features over orthonadistic features, chin lines, terminal orbits around the eye socket, how cranial structures are. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, 50,000 years ago, you were the only people over there. But the people over there mutated because those are the places where man first bred with Neanderthal at, in the Middle East before even going into Europe. You had a Neanderthal presence over there. We're going to disregard that? We're going to disregard the Neanderthal that was over there? The Neanderthal crossed over. The last place we found Neanderthal was in Israel.
I think that having a Neanderthal there or finding the remains of the Neanderthal there doesn't then allow you to jump into the mating there, or mating with Africans there at that time period that skull was found or dated to be from. You know.
Well, the first time the Africans came in contact with Neanderthal in the Middle East when we started, well, not us because we stayed our ass in Africa. We wasn't the crazy ones that left out, but the ones that did leave out, they started breeding with those Neanderthals 45,000 years ago. The last place the only reason why they call this archaic human that developed 20,000-50,000 years ago Neanderthal, because the first place the scientists found him, or the fossils, was in the Neanderthal in Germany. What Europeans like to do is, say they find a group of fossils, they label it like Cro-Magnon man. They only call them Cro-Magnon man because they found them. The first place they found them was in the Cro-Magnon caves in France. But the Cro-Magnon man was just another group of dark-skinned people who were writing on walls. The same writing you see in the Cro-Magnon cave in France is the same writing you see in the Bloom cave in South Africa. They were part of something called the Tyrian culture. But what I'm trying to say is that the last place Neanderthal was found, he was in Germany. Neanderthal Valley, his ass was in Iraq, and his ass was in Israel. And the first place these people that left out of Africa, where they started amalgamating and breeding with these people at, was in that Palestinian area, the place that we call Palestine or even Israel. 45,000 years ago, according to the fossils that Michael Hammer found. And even Soy Chiata gave reference to the robust features of hybrids who was living in the Middle East. So I think that when we start claiming a lot of people in the Middle East, we should be cautious and careful because a lot of them people got some fucked up diseases and fucked up immunities for them breeding with Neanderthals. Not to mention, you had another group of people that came over there that was living over there called the Deniki Caucasians who came from the Taurus and Zagros areas who lived over there down to 12,000 years ago. You had people that was, but at this time period, it wasn't white. See, we get it twisted when we hear Caucasian. We think that all Caucasians are white. Caucasian is a skull type, according to science. It's somebody with aquiline features. A lot of them niggas look like Rick Fox, the original Caucasians. You know who Rick Fox is. Originally, that's what they looked like before they developed this SLC4582 or SLC2485, developing paler skin when you had a depletion of the 111 amino acid when they developed more pinker skin. That's the mutation that they got later on. So what I'm trying to say is you had those type of funny-looking people before you even got there because they did come from you. Originally, they were blue-black. But when they start developing their own unique mutations in certain latitudes where sunlight is not the same in equatorial zones, they got light and develop these weird features, these aquiline features. And you see it.
Yeah, peace. Peace. Family, Sister Camille, I know you want to get in a couple more, but I just want to open up these last two lines and get these last two callers in, while our brother's still on the line. Is that all right? Is that all right, family?
I'm here, yeah.
All right. We're going to open this up. Michigan, your line is open. What's going on out there? Black Power, welcome to Feet on the Ground. Michigan, your line is open. All right, Michigan, you're going out. 5, 4, 3, 2, you out of there. Illinois. We're going to hit Illinois. We got another Illinois. Illinois, your line is open. Welcome to Feet on the Ground. Your brother Jonathan Owens, Smash Rockwell of the Magi. All right. So we're going to go back up the line. I know who this is right here. This is our brother Uncle Catch. Seemed like you dropped out and came back in.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Good. I know you don't got no question. You just hold on 1 second.
I do got a question, yo. I want to know, last time I checked, man, they have archaeological data showing that the Persians and the Greeks fought a war, several wars, and that's where you get your Greek city-states from them fighting those wars. And the brother goes detailed the different tribes, okay, of Greeks that came together, Macedonians, you name it, a few others. They came together, right, to form what they're calling the democracy, the city-states, to fight against the goddamn Persians. So we cannot say that the Persians did not exist in history. They detailed, they got the battlefield, the Spartans. I mean, who are the Spartans? I mean, they fought against the Persians. So, sometimes, we just got to slow down, man. And we can be wrong. So I want to say.
You ain't had no question. I mean, you ain't had no question. I came in to make a statement. I think you ain't had no question. Look, I got a question for Brother Jonathan because, like I said, there's going to be all kinds of people going to listen to it, and people listening right now. If you could, Brother Jonathan, could you outline some works for the people? Because, I talked to you already, but if you could you outline some different works for the people that they could use that you would say would be good for them to be initial works for deciphering the medu neter, for translating?
Yeah, I'm sitting right in front of my bookshelf, so I'm going to look to see what I got here. A lot of work, I recommend the work by Dr. Raketti Ahmed. She got 2 small books on medu neter, but they're introductory levels, and they can walk us through the elementary stages. I also recommend, if you're going to need a black person's copy of the Book of the Dead, if that's what you need, then you should use Muata Ashby's or Muta Ashby's version of the Book of the Dead, or the Per M. Heru, as we like to call it. Some people call it Coming Forth by Day, what have you. But we speak in English. Really, to get to the root of that name, they just found it in a casket and named it Dead Man Book. But Book of the Dead. But anyway, I'm looking through what I see here, and I'm just pulling out stuff so we can just go over some of the stuff. I got Decoding Egyptian Hieroglyphs by who? Bridget Murdeff. I got Understanding Hieroglyphs, Hillary Wilson. Some of the most academic sources you'll find on it, if you're trying to compete and beat up Egyptological works, you got to know they work. So you got to get Gardner's work, Sir Alan Gardner's work. You got to get Raymond Faulkner's work, and you got to also, even I'm telling people you can't speak bad on Budge if you don't know his work either. Because you can't say, no, look, he did this wrong. So you got to know that either. Too. But some of the newest, most modern works you'll find by people like Mark Collier and Bill Manning. It's an easy $9 book to where they got a lot of stuff accurate in that book as well. And there's a lot of them, you know what I'm saying? But you could deal with our brother, and I'm putting forward Asar Imhotep breaks down a lot of these concepts from a African perspective in some of his works too. Also, and there's a lot of other people I could mention, but, that's just some of the stuff I skim over in my studies.
No doubt. Yo, when you say Wallace Budge, right, You had dropped something to me. You had dropped something to me that I had seen, but I really didn't pay no particular attention to when looking at the book. But you dropped something to me about one of the slight reasons why Budge's work is looked at so funny. And you know, could you drop that about? It was about something about the first couple pages. I don't want to say it.
I can add in the footnotes. A lot of us don't read the footnotes and prefaces or whatever, but in the footnotes to an Egyptian hieroglyphics dictionary, he wrote an article which was basically a reply to the German school of Egyptology that argued that Egyptian was Semitic language. And he was just like, look, okay, the gig is up. Now he did also stick to that invading pharaonic race theory that Africans could not have been the original source of it, but he seemed to contradict himself in that chapter called Egyptian, African Language Fundamentally, where he argued that if we really want to get to the roots of the meaning of the understanding of the Medu Neter, we got to go deeper into the Sudan. And so regardless whether he switched up on that stance, it's documented in his work that he stood that way. That was not the only, I don't want to say that was the only reason why he was discredited, but his willingness, because he, in the book, I'm going to use this work, I got it in my book, because what he does is he tell you the exact Europeans that do it, and he started busting them out. He was like, Adolf Armand wrote this one document making connections between Semitic, he says pseudo-connections between Semitic languages, and it's been regurgitated by all the Egyptologists since Armand, and he wrote all the documents that it was regurgitated in. And so in his fight, being from the British School of Egyptology, in his fight against the Germans and the French school, he put forth some information that is actually useful to us. And that's why we gotta comb through these people's work, because sometimes you can get information when there's a fight going on between them, and they might throw something out that's beneficial to other research.
Oh, no, you're definitely right about that. You know, Baba Steve Coakley always say when you see a fight between two whites, pay attention because there's something special in there that you need to know.
Exactly. I mean, and it ain't limited to color. I mean, just like that's how they do it. That's how they do it in the world. You know, they be financing two sides of things to benefit eventually. Well, that's how we can learn it naturally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'll say. Let's see, family. You got any more questions? We see that California got California, we back to you.
Hey, yeah, is my line back unmuted, brother? This is Mikhail again. Now,
look, Mikhail, your line is hold on. Your line is unmuted, brother Mikhail.
All right, the line's unmuted. Now, let me get to my second question, and you guys, for the women, stop laughing, brother, because I'm on a time limit. This brother's clutching y'all, holding y'all close. So let me get my words out. Part of my question that the brother didn't address is the subjugation of women. Y'all pulling gay shit out. Ain't nobody talking about no gay stuff, brother. I said women being subjugated in the time period when Herodotus wrote the book. He said it was a custom. I read this shit for you. When you go back, I'm sorry about my language, but when you go back and listen to this, you're going to see how the question, that one was not answered at all, and y'all extracted homosexuality from it. Now, let me get to my question, bro. Let me get to my question.
Mikhail, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead, brother. I want to ask you a question, though. Go ahead.
All right. Let me get out your way. And I want you to take the crack at this one, too, because my brother Jonathan, he gave an honorable answer and goes, but you know me. Like I say, I'm not.
You talking that shit last.
All right. Here we go. Here it is. All right. When we talk about Wallace, Mercer, and Birch, I talked to Jonathan about this last time. Article that is central to your corpus is Ra, the sun god. In the book of the Papyrus Fani, it says that Ra was born from either, you could say, thighs or the buttocks of a damn cow. The listen. You laughing it off, but it sounds crazy for you to laugh it off. Listen, brother. Listen. Hold on. No. The question's not ended yet, brother. Y'all calm yourself down. Calm down. Be scholars for a minute.
4 words.
Be scholars for a minute. Hold on.
Nigga is a fucking retard, yo.
Hello? I was going to give him 4 words to understand that. He said, Rod, was, if y'all can hear me, I don't know what's going on. Anybody here?
I'm right here, and I don't know why the hell these guys are muting my line.
I'm going to give you the 4 words. Newt has, it's 5 words. I had a different one. But Newt actually has a cow form, bro. Newt,
are you going to give me the 5 words from all 3 corpuses? Brother, give me the 5. Is my line back open? What the hell is going on with this show, man? I can't hear nobody, and these guys are answering questions. What is it?
Somebody playing the mute game. I don't know. Is the show over or what?
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
No, the show ain't over.
All right, well, since the show ain't over, the brother was about to address it, but I want you to address it from all 3 corpuses, Wallace, Mercer, and Budge. I mean, Wallace, I'm sorry, Mercer, Budge, and Faulkner, and then your address to that corpus of Ra, born from the cow's ass, huh?
I just gave you an interpretation. That's because you don't know. Newt is the sky. She also has a cow form. Newt is also sometimes seen as a cow. So that's what I'm saying. Your elementary misunderstanding is almost laughable. It's laughable.
You
think that's really the sun coming out the bottom of a cow?
Are you addressing the son that I said Mahert? The cow Mahert? Not Newt? Did you hear what I said, brother?
No, I didn't hear you say that. Actually,
okay, I'm telling you that in the papyrus of Ani, it says the cow Mahert, not Newt.
No, Newt ain't called. Well, the night. I'm just letting you know the night and dealing with Ra. I don't know actually offhand the name of Newt in her cow form, but you may be doing some good research to show. Put what I just gave you with the name you got, and see if it's corroborated that is the cow form of Newt, because that will give you an answer to why supposedly Ra was born. Because Ra has to travel all the way.
Hey yo, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of those arguments, brother, and I respect that. But what I'm telling you, when we're looking at Mahert and we're looking at all of the forms of either Mahert or the conjoining factors that make him up, make that damn cow up, it's all talking about that verse, not talking about Newt. It's literally saying, literally, that the Ra was born from a cow. In the matter of all 3 of the corpuses, Aki. Now, that's fairy tale.
Listen, hold on one second, Mikhail.
Yeah.
Black Power. Point itself, I mean, I had a little technical difficulty where something happened to my Skype and I couldn't speak. I was muting everybody's lines because it was just going wild, all at one time, and I really, nobody could hear what was going on. So I'm glad I got that question in right now.
So we didn't come to a common consensus on that because we're saying I want Jonathan to address that from his Afro-centered retranslation, because we got Mercer, Faulkner, and Budge saying to the world, brother, that Mahert birthed the god Ra. And if that's true, then we got to throw this shit out the window.
Well, you sound silly. I tried to, from not looking at the text that you talking about, I tried to give you an answer that if you're willing to accept and look into it, you might find there's something behind that. But I will do some research for you to see what is the name of Newt when she is in her cow form. You see what I'm saying? So what are the consonants of the name? Because I can't really hear who you're trying to pronounce. What are the consonants of the name that you're saying? M-H, what do you say, Mahout?
M-E-H-U-R-T, Mehut. It is a cow. And that same cow, it takes on different forms all throughout different dynasties, okay? I got books on it. That book with the painting that Polite puts around his eye, it's got all of the different attestations of the forms, the zoo-type forms of these people and these gods. The Apis bull, all of those things, these things are crazy, Aki, and they bounce back and forth in validity from dynasty to dynasty and from translation to translation.
No, it's your misunderstanding, bro. It's the same thing as the cow that Amenhotep is suckling, and you think it's a real cow. And I tried to tell you that was Hathor, and Hathor is the goddess who always suckles the pharaoh. It is the same type of interpretation, but I think no need to, no pun intended, but you're being anal around the form that maybe your translation says buttocks. And if that's what you listen,
hold on, Mikael, I know you wanted, Brother Jonathan gave an answer, and I heard our brother Ngozi wanted to get in. I'm gonna open his line back up right now because I got control of the show. I'm opening back up, and I know he wanted to speak to that.
Mm-hmm. Also, he mentioned about Amenhotep. I agree with that. Amenhotep. On the picture, Amenhotep has on steel knee pads.
Okay. I just want to say this about Mikhut, which represents Nut in her cow form. You're absolutely correct. You can get that out of Muata Ashby, just not Faulkner or James P. Allen version or Wallace Budge, but you can also get it out of Muata Ashby's book called The Kemetic Tree of Life, Chitin Unk, which means Tree of Life. The Jed Pillar is on the cover of it.
Say the name of the book.
It's called Muata Ashby is the author, and it's called The Kemetic Tree of Life. And he explains the process.
Is that a book that's printed in the 80s or 90s?
No, it's printed as a 2003. It's a modern translation. It's written by Muata Ashby, The Kemetic Tree of Life. He's black. He's a black guy. But Bud did bring up Mikhut, and also Faulkner brought up Mikhut. Mikhut is Nut in her cow form, and it represents the Great Flood. It represents the Great Flood or the flooding of the cosmos or the Milky Way galaxy, how stars are formed. The buttocks is just symbolic to an opener or expander, just like the thing that when you see Ra, which means to utter, which is symbolic to vibration. See, the thing is with Kemet, as I told you before, Mikael, if you don't see Kemetic symbols with a symbolic eye, you'll miss the message. They were very sexual because they understood the science that the universe has sex in itself. Reproduction is the most important thing about existence. If you follow from the super subatomic particles, as I always talk about, to the subatomics, to the atomic, to the molecular, the DNA, RNA, and to the single cell that you see, it's all going through some type of currency of friction or fission in order to slicing and inbreeding and reproducing, going backwards and forth over and over again. It's repelling off itself. So what I'm trying to say is, John, when you study Mikhut represents the Great Flood. You can look this up, and Walter Ashby breaks it down. Kemetic Tree of Life. It's called a Kemetic Tree of Life, Chitin Unk, and it represents the Great Flood. How stars are born.
Now let me address that right quick. I appreciate that. But now when you're talking about what you said, Ngozi, you're mixing in metaphysicality with philosophy. Now what we're talking about in the book, The Papyrus of Ani, and we're talking about Mehut and this producing Ra, that's not science. That's philosophy.
I mean, Go ahead.
It doesn't work scientifically because Ra is a force that does not mix with water. You can't have water produce the sun.
Again, bro.
Hold on one second. You know that when you study ancient Kemet and the sciences, brother, it's not all about science application. Philosophy is the base level, just like the biblical text has. Hold on, brother. Hey, just like the biblical text has multiple layers, right? You're not going to talk about the Sephirot on the textual level of the Bible, right? You have to understand the philosophy and then the other layers behind it. You can't skip over the fact that, like the brother mentioned, and the second with the cow, right? You can't look over the fact that on the picture depiction, there are still knee pads on the brother. So whether that is a metaphysical reality or science that is portraying there, it's also portraying a literal analogy that this was a custom of that brother and the family that he proceeded from.
Okay. Let me just say something about this. Let me say something about the flood again. If you don't see, and Faulkner says this, not just Faulkner, but it's an Egyptian if you don't see Kemet from a symbolic eye, you'll miss the message. Hold on, listen, let me just say this. Listen, hold on, let me just say this. You talked about water and Ra. Mm-hmm. Is the Milky Way really made of milk? But we call it the Milky Way galaxy for what reason? Milky Way galaxy is a cluster of, it's 150 billion stars in one galaxy, yo.
But
we say Milky. Right. But listen, if you study McHut, if you really get into the symbology of it, it's talking about the great flood or abundance of giving, the all given, meaning it gives all stars. And you can see a bunch of stars coming out her asshole, just not Ra. Ra represents power. It represents all given, abundance given.
Right,
all.
but y'all likened that just now to Newt. Y'all brought forth Newt from that.
No, I'm not talking about Newt. I'm talking about Newt. Listen, the Egyptian word for water is Tefnut. When you study Shu, Tefnut, and Gab represents earth, Shu represents wind, Tefnut represents moisture or water. You know what I'm saying? That's in the Ennead. When you deal with the Agdog, when we say the great flood, it's talking about the abundance of giving, overall, overwhelming. Like when we say it was a flood of goodness, or it's a metaphorical, it's symbolic. Just like the cow was sacred in India, certain cows were sacred in Kemet. You have different types of cows that people in Kemet were domesticating.
When you're dealing with what we're talking about, when you're talking about the philosophy of this thing, what we're talking about. Not the science. It has to make sense, brother. It has to connect from the philosophy to the science. You can't make it connect, Aki.
If you get that book, brother, listen. Before you judge it, let me just say this, Michael. Before you judge it, this is what I want you to do before you judge it, brother.
No, I respect it.
I want you to get before you judge it, because I don't know how you see it. I want you to get Muata Ashby's book called The Kemetic Tree of Life. Look up Muata, M-U-T-A Ashby, A-S-H-B-Y, Muata Ashby, right? Kemetic Tree of Life. And he explains McHut. He explains what's her position and how she works, her functional behavior. This is just not philosophy. You got the hieroglyph for it and everything.
Brother, what I'm saying is, what you're bringing forth now is disjointed and disconnected. I respect it. I understand your perception, but the perception that this entails in its whole attestation is not what you're bringing forth. This is a literal analogy. We're talking literal analogy today, all right? It says that a cow, on the textual level and the philosophical level, is saying that a cow birthed the all-powerful
Don't let them do the debate, brother Jonathan. Don't let them do the debate. Make them niggas stay in that Bible. Don't worry about what's going on in Egypt, man, and how we touch that.
Listen, if you knew what I know about Egypt, listen, let me tell you something what I know about Egypt, or your science. Your science directly claps hands with my science. If I'm talking about the 10 Sephirot, do you know what is the top 3 layers of the 10 Sephirot? Do you know what the Sephirot is? Brother, Ma'at Akin is in the Hokmah, in that 10 Sephirot layer. Do you know what that is, brother? I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling you, if y'all don't connect this stuff, you're going to make a fool of listening about it.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I know you don't know what I'm talking about. I know you don't, because y'all have not.
Explain it.
I don't think he qualified to speak on Egypt. First off, don't let him do that. Make them qualified in their Bible. You qualified in any of them niggas that speak on Egypt. Don't let them niggas do that, man. When they want to stay in Egypt,
My brother, listen.
Hey, I'm telling y'all right now, man. Hey, the tactics, Jonathan, the tactics that they're gonna use. And you just gotta, because Mikael's giving us warning before whatever, and he's showing us the tactics that they're gonna use. They're gonna try to bring up Herodotus. They're gonna try to bring up Neterus that people don't know about.
No,
and that's why we have to understand. Hold on, let me just say this. That's why we got to learn about McHut. That's why I told people about the book. It's going to be a lot of deities that they try to bring out, not understand the symbology. Once we get to the symbology,
I'm trying to point out to you. Let me say this right quick.
Go ahead, John.
All you gotta go is go look at the primary and clearly say it. Don't say no damn McHurt next to the cow name. And this is the problem that we. Whatever you say,
that's different.
Okay, well that's a little bit better, but it don't say that hurt either. It ain't got no T there. It say name.
Let
me speak for a moment, brother. Let me speak for a moment. It say Nate high E. So whatever you talk about now, I'm reading it straight directly off the primary. It ain't no hurt out here. First thing I told you was 4 words that Newt has cow for. Okay?
Get that book out. Egyptian Book of the Dead. Go get it. Go get it.
I told you that in 4 words, and my brother came in and corroborated that. So now what is he tripping on?
I heard that. But listen, brother, I'm telling you that your brother just said what I'm giving you is tactics. If you take it as that, you can take it as that, but that will make you better. But I'm telling you, you should not put your hard work on the line to go to a debate where there's a brother at the debate on your team that's going to argue for all things Egyptian. You don't believe in that, brother. You don't believe in all things Egyptian. Shaka Amos will argue. Hold on. Shaka Amos will argue the same point that I'm saying against you. He would argue that Faulkner and Mercer and Budge are saying what I just said to you. I just sent my girl in there to get the book, brother, so I can read it for you again, like I read Herodotus.
I doubt that he would do that. But go look at the glyphs and show me the T over Hurt or whoever you talking about.
Jonathan, you actually pronounced it like Muata Ashby said. That's the proper pronunciation of the deity. You're correct, Jonathan. When you said Mahari, that's the actual name for it. Then we get the Coptic version. Muata Ashby translated as Makar.
That's very different from
you are correct with the proper name Mahari. That's the actual name in pure Medu Netta.
Yes, he is very correct on that. In my opinion. But I got the book, brother. I got the book. Hold on.
Let's be honest, though, Tom. Let's be honest. We can all have this argument as Africans because we familiar with the culture that's still living, right? Brother Jonathan, these niggas can't even have an argument over who's learning ancient Sumerian. Who's to make them niggas break out some
Brother, hold on. Niggas gonna every single day out on the street.
We kicked y'all out. Y'all betrayed us.
Brother, don't you know Egypt was named in the Bible as Mizraim? Don't you know we talked about?
Oh man, that's just in Hebrew text, brother.
But listen to me, man. Listen, brother, calm down.
Can you read any cuneiform plaques coming from any of those Babylonian kings? Tell us about that. If that's what you're defending and trying to persuade us to, I don't know what. See, that's what you got to ask niggas to after the debate. What are they trying to get about debating you, brother Jonathan? After we know, are they trying to forget about Egypt? What are they trying to prove with the whole debate? In the whole,
Look out.
Now that's a good question right there. Hold on, man.
Somebody close their computer, yo.
Oh, man. Hey, man, it's just a few people cutting each other off, but I ain't.
Now that's why that's why I had to mute some of the lines just now. I've been having a couple computer issues real quick, man. That's why I ain't had control of the show. But now everybody done listen to what you said, Mikael. We done heard you. You gonna get your time to shine. We got you Saturday. With all that stuff you're going to bring, we got you Saturday. So we're going to save some of that fervor for Saturday. All right? We got you in the slaughterhouse. Don't worry. Got everything lined up.
Can I add something, man?
Yeah, go ahead. You can add something.
Sure.
Okay, start line muted. Everybody going to be quiet. We all African up here right now.
All right, man. Look, I mean, at what point do people actually think that the most technically sound culture, right, for at least 10,000 years, was actually thinking the fucking sun came out of a cow's ass? How many people really thinking that right now? Half. Okay? I am appalled, and I am totally offended that a goat herder would say such things. You would think more that a goat herder would think the sun came out of a sheep's ass before you would think a goddamn Egyptian would think such. So he's absolutely trying to be funny, bogus, and outrageous. Okay? It's appalling, and it's totally offending. And he has led the way with this crap. He can't read the glyphs. He can't read Sumerian, cuneiform, none of these things. But yet he stands up as an authority because he brought some damn books. He's dangerous and he's out of order. Okay? So I am totally confused at this point. If anybody would not recognize that Africans from time immemorial use everything to explain the natural forces on the planet, man. Everything is used. You know why? Because nature uses everything. Nature wastes nothing. So the Africans mimicking nature is called biomimicry. Use everything to tell the story of our natural world.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, and then I'm totally appalled for you to even begin to think that the Hebrews had science. So I'll pose this question to you. Where in the ancient world do anybody say, go to the goddamn Hebrews and learn some fucking science? And I'm shutting the fuck up.
Black power. Damn.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to find that.
Still here. I had to mute his line, though, because he won't let nobody talk here, cut you off.
Let him answer that question, Born. He brought Herodotus.
Yeah, this is so funny, man. I'm laughing, brother, because I'm laughing because I'm telling you, Unc, if you think we playing, brother, and I'm just I'm just the question is about what? Do we all science? That's the question.
That's not the question. Now, brother Unc, please, for clarity.
The question is,
clarity,
you brought Herodotus.
Let me knock this one out. Pitch is fast ball down the middle.
You brought Herodotus. He's not even an ancient historian because he's born BCE. Let me finish. So give me somebody in Herodotus' time that said the fucking Hebrews had science outside of the Bible. Let's go.
Somebody in Herodotus' time, brother.
Outside of the Bible. At 400 BCE, they said, you know what? You need to go to them goddamn Hebrews. They got the greatest civilization ever. They got medicine. They got science. I'm listening.
You sure you're listening?
Yeah,
Are you sure you're listening?
I'm listening.
Have you ever heard of a series of books, brother, from Babylon? You should know what I'm about to tell you right now, damn it. I mean, this is crazy. This is an elementary question you're asking a Hebrew about science. What's our book? What's the book from Babylon? Huh? Do you even know?
Man, answer the question, yo.
You answer the question. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt.
We can't do this. Listen, hold on. Mikael, wait. Mikael.
I'm not talking to somebody that's really...
Mikael.
Answer the question.
Mikael,
answer the question.
All right, I'll answer the question. Outside the Bible, if you want to dig into a smidgen of the science, well, really an explanation, because you don't read Hebrew.
No, man, we want a reference.
You go grab
somebody who reference the Hebrews and have Wait. Now, listen, hold up, man, because you trying to mess it up.
God damn, bro. What's wrong with y'all?
You're trying to mess it up, man. You're trying to mess it up. Now, look, the question is plain and simple. Give us a reference for somebody referencing the Hebrews as having some science that people need to go to and get in the desert.
500 BCE in the time.
500 BCE. outside of the Bible.
This is so fucking funny, man. I can't believe y'all asking me that. You asked me that on the air.
Yeah. You ain't even answered that.
And that's the best question. You want to answer, Jonathan?
Do you have an answer for it, brother?
If Jonathan say that's a good enough question, then I'm gonna knock that one.
That's an excellent question. Man. Give us the answer, please.
Yes, man. You basing that? See, yes, that's an insecure statement, brother.
All right, here you go. I'm gonna tell you the bone. All right. You ever read the Zohar? And that ain't even written by Hebrews.
The book of Zohar, that's a century book, man. The book of Zohar means radiance. I fuck with the Kabbalah. I know about the book of Zohar, the book of radiance.
If you fuck with the Kabbalah, you should have known what I was talking about when I was talking about the
But that's 9th and 8th century, bro. That's AD. That's AD.
Wait a minute. You said anybody outside of
what the hell is wrong with this nigga, man?
And I just told your crazy ass that
what's wrong with this nigga, man?
Hold up. You could have said it 8. Wait a minute. You could have said an 8 count on that. You woozy on the question. Your goddamn answer was kind of sloppy, and you look like you're falling. So you could have said an 8. I'm going to let you back in. Hold up. Hold up. He's woozy right now. Hold up. Now let's give him his 8. You know, 1. He's tripping.
Hey, Born, look up the book of Zohar. The book of Radiance is an AD book, yo. 10th century AD, yo.
Man, listen. He didn't understand the last part of the question. We're talking about 500 BCE. Outside of the Bible. Now, ready? Throw your dukes up, man.
That nigga boy funny.
Boy, y'all got me dying over here laughing, man.
Come on, out with you. Some questions, man. No question. Give us some of them people, man. Give us some of them
Oh man, bro, that's y'all gonna be choking and laughing this shit here.
Come on, man. Now, seriously though, can you answer the question if we really do want a reference for 500 BCE? We know you don't have one, really. We already know that. That's the funny part because we see how you keep on deflecting to all this kind of stuff. So,
all right, I'm gonna give you some trivia homework. All right,
come on now.
The book that was produced under your king. Yeah, I keep going back to y'all corpus because you don't see all of this. I was saying y'all not seeing this. The book that's produced under the Ptolemies. That book is documented in Egyptian culture as truth down to the bone.
What's the name of the book?
What's up to it? That's what you're trying to lead to.
He said a book that was in the time of the Ptolemies. What's the name of it? What's the name of it?
All right, here you go. So it's translated from a book or from some books that are not books, codex. They're scrolls or targums.
What? Oh my God!
Wait a minute! All these crazy questions. You should know all the.
Whoa! You filibustering, bro? Just say the title of the book.
He got another standing 8 count, man. Got another standing 8, man. You on the line right now, man. If you get another standing 8, man, you might be out for the rest of the night, man. They boxing you around. No, come on, man.
I'll give it one.
No, hold on for a minute. All I'm saying is he came in here with his chest stuck out. Hereditary! Just about to So all I'm asking him is to stick his fucking chest out the same way and say the Hebrews got it. This is such a story. That's what he said about the Hebrews. I'm waiting.
You know what's funny about?
You back? Hold up, listen, man. You gotta chill out, man. Chill out. Don't come right in talking. Listen to what somebody got to say first. You come right in talking as soon as I unmute the line, man. I mean, you was talking while the line muted. You could have chilled. This is why you didn't stand the 8. That's what that means. Hold on for a second. Now, give us the Hebrew.
You know,
man. Give us the Hebrew invented in 500 BC.
And all of these books, man.
Give us the Persian. Give us the Greek. Anybody, brother. Come on, yo.
Brother.
Come on, son.
Does Herodotus go to Israel in all of his travel? Did he land in Israel and write something in there about brother, the science of
What did he say? What did Herodotus say about the Hebrews?
What did he say about the
Hebrews? What Herodotus say about the Hebrews?
Tell you, listen to the answer. Y'all crazy. Shit, man.
Go ahead.
He said nothing about them. And in almost every book that you will find science, brother, they will never, ever tell you the Hebrew true mystery.
Now get him out of here, man.
Now get him up out of here.
You think I was that brother?
Get him out of here, homie. For real.
We don't want to play with you no more.
It's your time.
We don't want to play with you no
listen,
more,
man.
yo.
Saturday is your time, man. We're going to move on. Now,
we're
going to move on, Mikael.
Hey, Born. Why you fuck with the God killer, yo? I'm just chilling, yo. You see how I just came in and hit him with that foul, that flagrant hard foul? See what I'm saying? What they gonna do with Jordan, yo? What they gonna do with Jordan?
You know, he took a hard stand there. He took a hard 8 right now, man. Look, you got to go into the corner, man. Take about 2 minutes, think about what you're saying. You know
ain't got nothing to say.
Hell done wrong on your ass.
He brought up the book of Zohar. That's a super AD book, yo. That's like super AD.
Hey, Born. You know why I can say this on this radio show for all them crazy niggas to hear? Because it's not there. No matter how they got a whole month to find it, it's not there. It's not happening, son. It's not happening, Captain. It's not happening. And they're going to get a steady diet of that. I promise you, yo. Jordan going to hit about 65 on their motherfucking ass, yo. I promise you, yo. The Magi will be hit about 70 motherfucking points. We're going to put that Kobe shit on them. I promise you, yo. That nigga's out of there, yo. They go for Divine. They go for all of them. They out of there, son. They don't have it.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Right. Black African power, shit.
Black African fucking power. Yeah. Fuck
just keep them on the ropes with that shit, man, because they make them niggas stay in Samaria, make them niggas show us how they, you would think them niggas' worst enemy would be white Jews, huh?
I promise you, yo. I promise you. You right, McCarroll.
Why they fucking with white Jews? Matter of fact, I asked a Hebrew that he looked at me funny, the motherfucker. I said, when did they beat y'all to the punch at your own game? Because we know we got a day for the white Jew. That was in 1100 AD. You see what I'm saying? During the Crusades. We know how the Khazarian became the Jew. We know that. How did y'all, lose grips? And from then on, how did you allow this shit to go on? How, you gotta ask yourself, I mean, for real. We get more out of this. We getting more out of this topic than these niggas would be, because I mean, these niggas, Hebrew with a King James, they ain't scholarly at all. And I hope niggas talking over niggas' head, because are them niggas even going to learn?
No, but some people will, though, Mikara. The intelligent people amongst the people around the world, will.
Yo, check this out, right? Listen, right? We have the 3-hour mark, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let everybody know that, listen, Slaughterhouse Saturday be coming up. Now, y'all heard the wild freestyle of Mikael just a little while ago. We going to have him in here freestyling on Saturday, because he told me he was a Pan-African Torah keeper, which was a Pan-African nationalist Torah keeper, which was something that I've never heard of in my life.
Oh, my God.
So we're gonna have the freestyles and Mikael coming in, and hopefully his DJ's writing style system is correct, and he can bust his rap out correct. So he will be exclusively for Slaughterhouse Saturday.
Because believe it or not, family, believe it or not, all this is the spirit of ancestors. Dr. Clark used to say all the time, me and Dr. Bing in arguments, over what dynasty was the greatest.
Yeah.
All we doing is really, these niggas get it twisted now. We can argue like this out of African love over, what tradition is the best for us to have and teach us over, because we have it, motherfuckers. We have it. We got the physical culture material. But in terms of y'all, don't try to, this ain't gonna be nothing divisive and so forth. No, It's still, because they can't have this type of internal talk. In fact,
Are they even talking about going back to Israel to pay homage, to go put the paper into the wall, or is that even relevant? You know, I see them defending white power. That's really the big goal. I hope that really be the whole thing. You know, black Christians, and you go to a website, you can get grants to open up churches, so you can't blame our people in that context. But come on, man.
Most of the Hebrews academia, man, is coming from Eurocentrics, man, that believe that Mesopotamia predates Africa, and these black brothers is using that shit. They believe that Mesopotamia civilization predates Egypt. They're using Eurocentricity. That's a lot of that shit is coming from Eurocentric racists who deny Egypt, to say that people come out of Mesopotamia. You listen to the shit they saying. I'm telling you.
Yeah. What is called, Goldie? They got a name for that shit. And I know what the name is. I know you know. What's the name?
It's the Aryan model. The Aryan model.
Thank you, brother Goldie. Now, to my point again. Who else claimed to be under that Aryan model? This is why I say the Persian is kind of fictional, because the Persian claim reference to Mesopotamia as well. Y'all know that, right?
We not disregard. I mean, the Persians were Indo-European people. I mean, whoever they were, we know that Indo-Europeans exist. But what I'm trying to say, I think it's pathetic for people that are sub-Saharan African descent to be using the Aryan model to debunk their ancestors. That's sick. You're using the enemy to shoot against your ancestors.
Can't get away from it. They can't get around it.
They don't know that, and I always mention what preceded the Aryan model was the invading pharaonic race theory. It started with Flinders Petrie, that one. They all attached. It's all something done to usurp that Africans could have possibly even built or been in Kemet to do any great.
Crazy. Dumb fuckers.
The theory, listen to the name of the theory, invading pharaonic race. They saying that in order for it to be some pharaohs, some people, a race invaded.
Yeah, from the Near East. They came from the Near East and went into Africa. You was just walking around. They came from somewhere else. That's what they teach.
Walking around, butterball naked, beating on the drums.
Yeah.
Thinking cows shitted out the goddamn sun. Humming.
I'll tell you how they
something's wrong with that
Scorpion King. Everybody remember the Scorpion King, how relevant, and then how irrelevant that shit became? Everybody remember how they blew that shit up? Like, we found that these motherfuckers still trying to show you that there's an Akkadian origin of written language, because the scholars, even white scholars, had a problem with this brick theory. These motherfuckers had clay tablets in their pockets, you know what I'm saying? So they still had to find some origins. And then I made the argument, go on Google Images, look at the Scorpion King's names, and look at Neymar, and then look at it and say, are they trying to cut? Just really look at it. Don't look at it, but trying to, just look at it for what it is and look for something that's similar and what's different about it. And then tell me what's truly Egyptian about both of them. For them to make distinction between that's Akkadian, that's Egyptian, and vice versa. That's what I'm saying in terms of archaeology. Look at the culture material and watch who's interpreting it, because we can go find some shit right now and ethnically they tell us to catalog it and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? Record it and catalog it. Somebody else come along and prove their political point and say that they discovered this here. Like, for example, they make sure the Hebrews know this, and I'm promoting this shit as well. What's the latest archaeological find in Israel? Nicarag's feet. So we still don't find nothing, no culture material that's relevant to linguistic history. Prove me wrong. We'll go to Google Scholar. Don't go, look for scholarly journals or look for the charge you to cite this shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. We got more archaeology in Jerusalem than they do.
You got a lot of Egyptian archaeology in Jerusalem.
That's funny
a lot
as
of Egyptian, so-called
funny
shit. Archaeology, family.
That's funny.
No, they teaching, they brainwashing our kids right now with that shit, which y'all just said, and they still saying the same thing if you listen carefully. They'll tell you that Africans were the first to come out of Africa, but the first civilization was Mesopotamia. Now, ain't that still saying that the African can't produce a civilization?
But that's how we beat them though, because Mesopotamia don't get shit until Africans get over there. Like again, the Natufians, I keep telling people to look it up. It's a lot of scholars that refute that Eurocentric Aryan model shit. Mark Manel and Black Athena talk about the Natufians and agriculture and how the Aryan model is a waste of time. Mesopotamia ain't got shit unless a Natufian over there. You see depictions on.
You see the pictures on the Göbekli Tepe in Turkey 12,000 years ago. Big black man surrounded by red and brown man. And he's depicted as the largest. Why?
Now it's funny you brought that an archaeological book to read right now that came out last year. They reviewed Mark Brunell's book, Sheikh Diop. They wrote a whole chapter about that's what I'm saying. They listened to family. Chapter 6 of this book written by Robin DeCourt, Inventing Africa. Listen to this. This is a textbook, man. I was going off in this class. Inventing Africa: History, Archaeology, and Ideas. Chapter 6 say ancient Egypt and African sources of civilization. The role of ancient Egyptian civilization in world history, including that of Africa, has inspired many writers, but has led to an exaggerated and exaggerative claims with widespread impact. Egypt, this first thing they run to, right? First thing they run to the Herodotus and the mummies and so forth. I want to get to the point of Sir Grafton Elliott Smith developed ideas of each school that would later be described as, keep this out, and it goes, you know, talk about hyper diffusion. Especially North and East, West African writers, Secretary Diop from the 1950s set a new role for Egypt as an African society, arguing both its influence on Africa and its African influence on the classical and subsequent European culture. Such views were taken up again with the rise of black consciousness and negritude. Then, in the last 20 years, the work of Martin Brunell, broader than suggested by his title Black Athena, has challenged the ideas about the relationship of early civilizations in Africa, Asia, and Europe. And we go right to the Hermetic hypothesis. Make sure you chew that up, brother, Jonathan.
Did he say what?
The Hermetic hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
That's still trying to prove that chronology coming from the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You know, Grafton Elliott Smith and hyperdiffusion. I just want to throw these links out there. Y'all get what I'm saying? Racist ass shit. They still going hard on the elders, man. The whole chapter's written out for this shit, man. And Cracker told me if I cite Secretary Diop, I would get an F on the paper.
Of course you will.
They got a whole
Let me add something that we were talking about earlier about the nature of the actual true archaeological nature of the Levant at about the 14th century BC. And we talked about letters from the king of Byblos. His name was Rib-Addi, Ribaddi. Now, I encourage anyone to look at these. They're from the Amarna tablets, and in the letters, we always joke about it, but me and Ankh was looking at it earlier. Now, he wrote the letter. He wrote a letter to the king of Egypt because somebody came to his so-called big kingdom and stole 2 chariots. Now, see, this is archaeology, okay? So we got to start judging what's the size of this kingdom to where he's sending a letter to the king of Egypt over 2 horses and chariots that were stolen. Now, in order to recover these horses and chariots, he asked for 20 men. He asked for 20 men. Okay, 20 men. So I'm judging how big is the nature of Byblos at the time in the 14th century. Now, he did ask for more men in another letter, and the most he ever asked for was 400 men to defend the cities as he was going to lose his vassalage to the king. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can't protect the area no more. So let me just mind you, we didn't have guns back then, and most of our projectile weapons, being a bow and arrow, probably couldn't go over 100 feet. You got 400 men. How much area could you really secure? Could you secure Oakland? Could you secure New York? No, these areas had to been like, Brother Ankh put forth, the size of like 2-3 football fields, bro. You know what I'm saying?
The niggas better come to archaeology, dog. They're going to get beat up. Yep. They're going to get beat up.
And when you walk in there, you're going to get a 30 for hate for you, man, because, nigga, but it needs to be done. We need more black archaeologists to talk.
Hey, real shit, though. I'm watching what they're doing. They going, I'm telling you, because they tried it with SETI. They trying to use the area model. When they hit SETI with that Hunter's palette, no one knows about pre-dynastic Egypt like that in the conscious community. A few of our elders did, but they didn't talk about it. When they hit him with the Hunter's palette, even though SETI won and he stood out, don't get it twisted. SETI, he won. But at the same time, when they hit him with the Hunter's palette, it kind of collapsed him, man. It made him, he didn't know what the hell it was. He know what it was. He said it was fake.
Well, you know what? You're right. But that's what we're here for. You're right. And they can't do that with none of us,
They
bro.
can't do that with us.
They ask the dynasties they never heard about. Right. I teach them about King Elephant. They're going to be like, he lying until we start showing them the Lion King, King Ru, and the Caillou people. Then they ain't going to be able to do nothing. No, they can't do nothing with that. What can they do with that?
I know.
First, they got to go learn how to identify it. And then say, well, damn, I ain't no way in the world I could discredit this. We can walk their ass back to the pre-dynastic kings of the small little areas, you feel me?
Yep.
Nigga, the elephant trade. We can go to the elephant trade.
That's
all
over the place. That's why they try to keep y'all on the road. Bible, man. If you keep them in the Bible, you got them. If you keep them in the Bible, you got them. Because once you start dealing with African archaeology, and you tell them that you want to pull archaeology back, pull it out, they don't got no time to go back far enough. You ain't got nothing that exists.
But you know what, bro? These ain't regular Hebrews. What they like to do is use area models. I'm gonna keep saying they like to deal with archaeology that denounces the black African and archaeology that shows that people coming from Mesopotamia going into Africa. But we have to follow who were these people coming into Mesopotamia and who were they the descendants of. But this is what they're going to use. They're not going to deal with biblical text at all. They're going to deal with archaeology that shows that Egyptians, or what Brother Jonathan talked about, the pharaonic invasion theory, that somebody came from somewhere else and established Egypt in Africa.
Hey, you know what that is? The creationist theory. That's the contention among European scholarship right now. That really started with the scientific revolution. What they saying with our Egyptology, we stand kind of with our evolutionists. And then when they hear Unc say he a black atheist, they really think we, So they getting a lot of this from creationists.
Well, some of them do try to use intelligent design, because when I debated Lex, and people who was unintelligent tried to say he won, and he didn't win shit because he was reading from Dan Brown, an article that don't even belong to him, trying to present an argument about intelligent design based off gaps in evolution. That's idiotic.
These are white scientific Christians who they scientific, but they're not cool with the Big Bang Theory. They think it was a higher spiritual context to it.
Yeah, but what happens? You're right. And what happens is you have biologists and you have physicists who are Christians who find gaps in macroevolution, because there is gaps in macroevolution. Anybody that deals with science is aware of that, and they try to place God in there. They try to place the God gap theory in there because they know it's gaps. They know it's answers that some scientists can't come up with, so they try to place God there. So you have people getting involved in science, and they might like science out of curiosity. They like to observe, but they also come in with this Christian mentality to prove the existence of an idea of God, especially on a biblical level. It's bullshit. Or they like to deal with the golden ratio or the Fibonacci code, 1.618 bullshit. It's pseudo.
Hey, that's why they can't let go of the King James version of the Bible, because that's what the white Christians use.
Of course. It's sick. So that they're using white creationists on intelligent design, they're using white people that gave you the Aryan model or the invasion pharaoh model. They're using everything that denounces black Africa.
Yep.
They just blackened it up and said that they were dark skinned.
That's basically. Yep. So we see you niggas trying to tiptoe in broad daylight, like we don't see you. Yeah. Where do they base they win on city with how many cheerleaders arrived, or what? How fanatic the cheerleaders got when 1 point was how would they measure? How was that measured?
I don't know.
That's what I mean. They going in for different motives. And you got to ask that. What are the motives? What determines the win? You know what I mean? Or they really don't win a situation.
It's the emotion of the crowd, man. You got more people on the planet that's believers than non-believers. So you got to have a bunch of people in there that want to prove, and it's the emotions that the Hebrew bring. Hebrews are very emotional. They holler, they yell when they lose, and they try to distract you by doing a bunch of bullshit. They do a bunch of stupid shit. I'm sorry, brother.
Now, when you're saying that, though, now that's real right there, because, like I said, I was here at the debate, and it was about 75% easy Hebrew crowd. I was saying that to earlier, is that when you got a crowd that's 75, 80%, and they doing it And I know that it's going to be scholastic on one side, but when it's set up more like a, when sometimes you set it up more with some of the rap type of hip hop type of air to it, the rap battle type of thing to it. It starts to get that type of feel when you get the crowd, when that's what you're going by with the crowd appeal is. And that's all I'm saying, that the Hebrews going to be deep in there. And I want to really ask the question, are there going to be credible judges sitting there who are going to judge the information? Or how is this, because it's always up in the air depending on who says who won, people debate on either side.
Man, I don't know, but I do know this. I done been in that situation, in the situation you used in your analogy and in this one. I mean, battle what? To me, this is a battle with not having to rhyme. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be real easy. I am a battle rapper. First, esteem winner. Not saying that it means the same thing, but your wits. I'm a freestyle battle rapper, so your ability to have your brain ticking and to come with a response and a rebuttal, I used to have to rhyme them and stay on beat with them. Now I'm just going to be able to kick back and chop them up, and now it ain't about rhymes, it's the information. And that ain't, I just was matching that up with your analogy, not like that's some superiors, but let's keep it real. Now, I've been a debater, ever since day one. And every half the time I ain't never been on my territory, man, I go walking to somebody with all their homeboys, and at the end of the thing, I'm walking out and then done do my thing. So I'm just looking at my life. I'm about to do it again with the knowledge and the information. Walk right up in the middle of their camp with my people, set it straight, put it down, and cut. And hopefully be applauded by our people for setting some of this lies, straight.
No doubt. So, but are they going to be? I see that they said one of the elders was going to be there. They said they had I think they said James Smalls was going to be there or something. Somebody.
Yeah, he's going to be there.
Yeah, I was just wondering, if there was going to be a formal type of judging of the information laid out, or was it just going to still be up to, where ultimately it's still up to those who watching it?
Well, I'm saying like this. What I was trying to say is it ain't even if they come to a formal decision, it ain't going to never be no formal decision. The art of this dialogue to win over the people is get them to understand you better than whoever your competition is. You know what I'm saying? So people, whoever they get the most from, regardless in revealing the information that we debating about, will hopefully be considered the winner. I don't know if they're going to hand out a judgment card and be like, well, y'all hit these 3 points and y'all didn't. But, the winner, just like I said, when you go into a rap battle, you got to kill. You got to knock out the winner. How about if you go outside and get into a fight? Who the winner? If you don't knock him out, then y'all both going to have opinions. So we coming to knock him out. Like, for real, clearly, it's going to be clear, and that hopefully I ain't going to expound too much on that.
All right, no doubt. I understand.
Family, can I make a suggestion, Brother Jonathan, for the judges?
Mm-hmm.
Get a small panel of youth, a little small panel of youth. You can decide what age group, but a small panel of youth, you're going to be out there. All I know it's like a school over there or something, untainted. Sit up there for, get them a small panel or so forth, because really that's what the information is for.
Bro, I feel you. If they did something, I don't have to do
12 drawers, bring, and even if he don't recognize it, you did it in terms of, what I'm saying, this is what I'm trying to teach these babies. So
it's polite Sonetta event, so I couldn't bring my own judges. Just to all due respect, I'm going to pay respect to whatever they got set up. I anticipated being just as like all the other debates, and, it was really no clear answer to who won those, nor did the moderators even weigh in on inaccurate information. At least we need to have moderators that's going to stop people and say, hold up, that is inadmissible. You can't just say anything you want to say on the stage. So we got to have a whole organized.
I think so, Brother Johnson. I think what Brother Mikra was getting at, not really to have them to be like as official judges, but to have some youth there just to listen to the information on both sides, and just have them judge, amongst themselves, and and can give you their outlook about who laid out their their information is best to go with the premise.
Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. If I missed that point at first, I apologize, but I could agree with that. But like I said, we coming with a knockout punch. Everybody gonna know who won. It ain't gonna be left up to none of that.
Hey, I gotta say this because only problem I got, brother Jonathan, is polite and shit with Walter Williams. But other than that, but if you bring that shit up and the man who got kids and professor shit, he should have no problem with it because I'm happy you remind me that it is a Sonetta and Brother Polite event. So if they got a problem with some babies being the judges, in fact, Polite should grab it too. Like, hell yeah, that's cool. That because it should be more or less on who's the message for.
Well, I pay them the respect to let them speak for themselves on that issue. I just know that my stance there is limited as far as manifesting judges. That's like one of the debaters want to bring some judges.
No. But you know what? Just not as people in the media, we'll push that. I didn't say bring no Doug family. Listen, people here in Nicaragua, I don't know what it is. You can go there and just people, hey, bring some babies up here to be some judges randomly. Just, you know what I'm saying? 12 of y'all sit up front and y'all going to be judges. You know what I'm saying? You come in there. Nicaragua going to make me have to go. Nicaragua going to make me have to go and have to set it up.
Hey, you ain't got to bring your own babies. I'm just saying the whole idea of, I'm just putting an idea out there. You can structure how you feel fashion. I'm just saying, take it for, it's an idea.
Yeah, it ain't a debate, though, Miguel. You hear the last thing Miguel said before he wobbled out and fell out the ring? We ain't on trial. See? They think they're going to get up there and just question us the fuck down. Yeah, right.
They're putting the babies to Kemet on trial. Bring the babies to Kemet.
How you going to do that, man? Niggas ain't got no written language, none of that shit, man. Please. Yeah, all right. And they sure can't generate that shit before the goddamn debate. That's one thing they can't do. That microwave scholarship they got going, yo.
Something. Because when you say you're being scientific, that means you want to put something that you can have some kind of measurement, something that it could be measured by some kind of through your constant observation. It has parameters that you can measure. If there's no parameters to be measured, you can't really say whether it's going up or down, left or right, if it's increasing or decreasing, because there's no set parameters. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all. Yeah,
that's the set.
We got 6 million reasons why we're gonna beat the shit out of them.
I mean, I agree, and that's why I'm glad I got the support of the Rock Squad like my brother Aunt. Look, I could spend 10 minutes trying to break something down and go into great detail, and then when I'm finished, he'd say one sentence that clogged him up a lot harder, and I'd be like, damn, I ain't wasted time giving him all the hard knowledge and could have just hit him with the 500 BC, give me a document and shut him up for the rest of the night. And so really we all got different, and then Angozi hit him with the DNA, you know what I'm saying? So we got all different ways of coming at things, and it's all going to be available and present at the debate. So we can tossing the ball around like the Globetrotters, you know what I'm
saying? Hey, yo, they don't even got, first of all I want to see is can I see your spears? They don't got spears. They ain't got axe handles. I mean, give me something. That's what I'm needing for you to start talking to me. And I promise you this, yo, they don't have the artifacts, yo. Nope. Men Carrall know it. That material culture is a motherfucker, boy. That shit tell you where you was at and how you got there and when you came, and then we can debate this shit all day long. They ain't got it. So,
man. I'm making predictions. It's going to be a debate of linguists and culture because there's not going to be too much archaeological fact because they can't bring it. It's not going to be no biologists. Can't bring that. So it's going to be an argument of interpretation. That's what I'm trying to watch. And who going to persuade interpretations because that's what they do their audience.
I'm going to bust out hell of their fallacies just by default because everything they say be lightweight wrong, and you could just, like they always try to say that the Hebrew language of the Masoretic text is Yiddish. Now, we know they made alterations on that, but anybody could go and check that that's just some Hebrew pseudo-read to make you go to their fake language their elder came up with in an apartment in Brooklyn in 1967. You see what I'm saying? How that's the holy language. How the Bible written ancient script, but you get the language to read it in 1967. This type of stuff is crazy.
And then it was chew them up. The only thing contextualized, I'm talking about in terms when you look at a encyclopedia, I'm an encyclopedia fanatic. That's the one book you can't take out the library. So a lot of times I'm checking my references. I go sit there because, you can't break the set. If you notice that's important. The European that you read any book, you can take any book home but that one. Someone's got some heat in there, right?
Which one?
Tear that shit apart regarding there was about King James. King James only significant because you already know, because he translated the Bible, the Roman Bible, out of Old Latin into English. He had the balls enough to do it back then when the punishment was death. That's it.
It wasn't English neither, yo. It was Old English.
Old English, right?
Yeah. None of the niggas can read Old English, so now they better get that shit straight. Nigga,
they had a few copies of the New Testament before King James. Y'all can't forget about your boy Martin Luther, and then they also had Novus Testamentum. I think that's 1517. So that might predate King James by just a little bit. Your boy Martin Luther, that's where we get Martin Luther King from, but he also was a theologian who put forth a version of that text. But King James came behind him, if I'm correct, and came with his version, so they threw out that. But they had that Novus Testamentum, which was a lattice version of the New Testament at about 1517 as well.
Right. That's a Western, I call it the Western Eastern European contention, because that shit lasted all the way up to slavery. That's why the English and those who are so-called Protestants, that's what, they were left out. It was solely the Catholic movement. It was, slavery was funded by the Pope, the Portuguese and the Spaniards first. You know what I'm saying? So when people talk about slavery, we're way first because, we speak English. So we came through the last wave of slavery when the British got the idea and then the Queen said, all right, we're bringing it to being. You know what I mean? Something Dr. Clark. So, it's good to put those things in perspective in regard to who authorized and what. Because for them, they got contentious among themselves, like you said, among Luther, what led to the that's why
Wayman Tisdale Bible too. You know about Wayman Tisdale, not to cut you off. I think his name was the basketball player, but they also had the Tisdale Bible. I think his name was Wayman Tisdale too. What was his first name? The same as the basketball player?
The Tisdale. We just call it Tyndale's version.
Yeah. Did that precede King James?
No. But I'll tell you what, I can go to chronology of the Bible real quick. We got that.
Cutting up a white argument, you know what I'm saying? Because when the science revolution, the first thing when Europeans learned science, the first thing they tested was the Bible. And when the vacuum came out, the vacuum pump came out, the European invented that. The church sanctioned it, you know what I'm saying? Almost wanted to kill a nigga for wanting to produce it. So, make sure you put that in the context that, this is
not to cut you off, we all got, different views on the text, and we still ascribe, God killer is God killer, that's God killer. I'm myself, and I look at the text, and I got the privilege of just looking at it from some of the Hebrew and seeing what they really get, and then not getting that King James story, and at least seeing that what some of the authors was trying to say ain't the story that some of these people was trying to say, and that the biblical translators of King James simply superimposed. They had their own monotheistic tendencies. Like, everything monotheistic, and so they forecasted that or whatever, retrograded it back onto their predecessors, and to say all this literature was monotheistic. But then when we look at it in the true sense of the nature of the literature, like I say all the time, it was more henotheistic, which would allow for multiple deities. Yeah, you had yours, which was yours. Eventually it became mono-Yahwistic. You know what I'm saying? Not one God, but it's one Yahweh. See, they had their conflicts of all the different Yahwehs. Yahweh of Samarta, these different, you feel me? So they came, no, our God is one. They had their own inner conflicts is what the Bible says. Our Yahweh is one. So they went from being henotheistic to, monolitristic to so-called monotheistic. And I often mention monolitristic because we got to go in on that. What that the nature of that mean is like, they misappropriated as monotheism, but monotheism in the true nature of the word means one God in all totality. But yet, if you living on the earth where different people venerate different gods, and your God ain't that God, let's just take the simple ones right now. Let's just throw out
Yahweh, Buddha, Allah, whoever you could think of, Shiva, Brahma, Pavar, whoever, I don't know. But these are not exactly all the same. They don't carry the same attributes. Therefore, they are different. Therefore, monotheism is out the door. There is, you see what I'm saying? If you're willing to acknowledge that some of these other guys exist to other people, that is monolatrism in more of a sense. Like, yeah, mine is mine, and mine is the one that you're supposed to worship, but y'all got some other stuff.
What if they Hebrews, brother? You shouldn't have to explain Christian doctrine.
No, I don't, But like I was saying, because once we start getting what they wanted us to get from it, it don't be that story that these cats be running around kind of telling, like, it'd be a little different. You know what I'm saying?
Now, who's specifically debating? Who against? I'm Ron Scott versus who on they team individual? Who make up they against the Hebrew so-called dream team? What the fuck you want to call it?
Yo, Brother Micah, now listen, I was listening to Brother Jonathan. Now, this is what I think that happened. Is we done got a little cross-promotion here. We're promoted as, like, the Outer Rock Squad. Now, Brother you're going to be there definitely, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be there, yo. And if I got to speak up, I'm going to speak up.
I
got my presentation. No, I know.
And so, and Jonathan going to be there. But he's representing the Magi. Now, the Alma Rock Squad going to be there, but it's more of a coalition. It was what we call this team over there.
A bunch of fools. We call them the he-fools. Most of the he-fools.
To be clear, y'all know Magi ain't nothing but a little subdivision of the Alma Rock Squad, just like Team Osiris. You feel me?
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the Magi compilation. I'm saying, but who I want to know who's the opposition is.
He fools. Shit.
I know who individual who they we know we
supposed to be a couple different camps.
Familiar faces on for the African side. Who's gonna be their familiar face?
Well, you keep it real. They doing the shuffle right now, and hopefully we get the resident brothers who keep on challenging us in the digital forum to make a physical presentation for some of their work. Come get in the face. Let's do it. If they don't want to do it, we're going to get the best, most qualified brothers who've been pushing that joint.
Okay, I got you.
You want to know the truth? You want to know the truth? See, first of all, niggas don't even check the history of the Magi, right? And so the reality of the situation is when the debate first kicked off, it was just supposed to be polite and wishmacommon. And they going back and forth. And then when Brother Jonathan came in on that motherfucking couch and caught all, hold on. I don't believe in all that spook shit, but go back and listen to Starting at the TV, right? Brother Smash Rockwell's, right? He literally caught a lot of the heads of the Hebrew departments on that show. Kind of broke them up, right? Handled this stuff like the Magi would do, right? So then they bring Jonathan aboard, and then everybody started doing the Hebrew shuffle. Okay. When they just heard, like in ancient times, they hear, here come the Nubians, and niggas start shaking their boots. Well, that's what's happening.
Yeah,
they shaking their boots. Here comes Amen.
Yeah, let's tell them. No, we're going to tell them from the Kemetic perspective. You can tell them that one because I know you got two good stories. But in the Bible, when they was fighting the Assyrians and they had Hezekiah locked in and he couldn't get no water in his little small extraction, and the Assyrians are standing outside his door and they start taunting Hezekiah. And what they heard that Taharka was coming. Yeah, that's what they heard. And guess what he said? He said, hey, you think Taharka could save you? You think he going to come and save y'all? It's a wrap. He was trying to spook Hezekiah and them out. But Hezekiah and his little Jew homeboys fell asleep. And I'm going off their story. I said in the Bible. They fell asleep. And they woke up and they looked outside the next day and all them Assyrians was dead. 186,000 of them gone. But what they give credit to in the Bible, they give credit to the angel of the Lord. So on February 8th, when we up out of there and they all dead, they could go on and give credit to the angel of the Lord too. We ain't tripping, but we gonna know what is really going on. You know what I'm saying? Hey, tell them about that prophecy though, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get this book. Most niggas ain't gonna be able to afford the book. Hold on, let me see.
Yo, why you do that? Why you do that? How y'all gonna handle Deuteronomy? How y'all gonna handle Deuteronomy 28?
Come on, son. Like
I just was on the show with my West Coast Hebrews last night, and all the elders beating up Deuteronomy 28. I spanked it around the park, but basically, I mean, we got all kinds of, and I mean, this ain't nothing. You could go watch the Khazarian or the Ashkenazi beat that up on YouTube. They can't get around the Ashkenaz, and he's pointing out areas where. How many people, first of all, it takes so much interpolation for them to say that just applies to them. Because they take this sentence, they want you to take the word ships literally, and they want you to take the word Egypt figuratively. Because it's saying they're going to go back into Egypt, if I'm not correct, or going back into bondage, you know what I'm saying, or the other verse they use to tie that together. You see what I'm saying? Say they're going to go back to Egypt, yet they say, no, Egypt means bondage. But just like I asked my brother the other night, okay, that's cool, I'll accept that if you can give me one language, one dictionary that say Egypt mean bondage in there. See, they saying literally at whatever second verse they use to wrap up Deuteronomy 28 that they're going to literally go back into Egypt in ships. They're not saying they're going to go to some figurative Egypt that y'all made up called America later. I mean, and furthermore, I could name you so many people who got carried away after any real exile in ships. I asked them about the Zans and the Zans revolt, and we can go in the AD times around 869 BC. But before that revolt, they were being carried away by camel and in ships. Okay?
Yo.
In ships being carried. Now, these is black people who could have said, too. I'm just going to close real quick. These is black people who could have said, too, yo, we the original Hebrews. Deuteronomy 28, while they was over there in Basra, stuck after getting off their ships, over 500,000 to 1 million Africans taken from the areas of Zanzibar. Why they couldn't say that they was the Hebrews and Deuteronomy 28 applied to them? Why the Romans, all the people the Romans took across the Mediterranean Sea, why they couldn't say Deuteronomy 28 and they left in ships? See, that stuff is silly.
Now, I asked that because I wanted to see what angle you were going to take it from. And last Saturday, I believe, I had a brother Garfield read on. And I'm not going to try to quote what he said directly, but to put it in short, he basically was saying that there was enough proof to just discredit the whole 28th chapter period as just some extra add-on that they added on hundreds of years later.
Come on, Garfield. We can get to Garfield.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They ain't just like. Go ahead.
No, all I was saying was just, I wanted to see where Andrew was coming from, and since that's the one, I just wanted you to know that Brother Garfield dropped some information, and I can't give it to you exactly everything.
Well, you know what? Well, I don't really, honestly, I ain't sit around do no research on Deuteronomy 28, because when you look it up, they ain't got around the white boy. And that's what I'm trying to say. They not about to bring no claims to us that we ain't got around the European on it. We going to sit there and get through the work and be like, no, this is why they wrong. But when you go to Deuteronomy 28, go right to YouTube. They got lashed up by Ashkenazi Jew who using all the artifacts and stuff proving that don't mean nothing about them. So and I don't need to be disingenuous and act like it's my work. If somebody got something out there you can't get around, I'll throw that at you. I say what he said and make you sit there and look just as stupid as you look to him. The same thing that happened with the case of the brother 42 Blades. You see, let's keep it real. We got to be honest about this. Why everybody's so smart and the European run up on you with his knowledge and everything fold? That is not how we getting it in right now, bro. Everything we bring forward to the stage is going to, first of all, correct all the areas done in Egyptology in order to straighten out the Hebrew understanding of Kemet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So I definitely think February 8th, I know y'all going to put in a very, like I said, man, a very good show. Going to definitely drop the bomb on them. But there's, it's nothing in my mind to say that there's no law. there's no loss, but when you're dealing with them Hebrews, the only thing they got is to go back to the Bible. That's the only place they're going to be able to run back to.
Nah, they ain't going to run. Watch this. Because if they think they got some shit, we got some shit. Let's come to Cockmoster first. All right? Watch this. This is in the book, The HISCO's New Historical Archaeological Perspective. And it got text in here during the time period of the 18th dynasty, when the 18th dynasty was coming into effect, right? All right? And this is African literature. Get this established, right? Come right down there. It's talking about the mighty ruler of Thebes, Cockmos, the strong, the protector of Egypt. Now watch what he uses to protect Egypt. Now watch.
Let me just add. Look, just to add, because they need to know. In the analogy, Cockmos represent in the Nisu, which my brother Polite calls himself. His brother, Cockmos' brother, is Amos. But we're going to let you go on and do the story. I just wanted them to get that before you started.
Mm-hmm. Now, I sailed north in my might. So we down south, right? We coming up north. New York up north. We going up north. I sailed north in my might to repel the Asiatics. Mm-hmm. Through the command of Amen. This is what we really want to say. Through the command of Amen-Ra squad. Exact of counsel with my brave army before me, like a flame of fire, and the Magi archers atop our fighting tops, on the lookout for the Asiatics in order to destroy their places. I mean, this is what it is, yo.
I was just reading that where Egypt ruled the East.
Say that again.
I was just reading that story.
There you have it, nigga. So now you know what it is. We know what it is, yo. So we just gonna fulfill that destiny we gotta go ahead and put down. Yo, we gotta go put that down. All right? Exactly. It got to happen, yo. It don't matter, yo. We hope they do the ad hominems. We hope they talk shit, because we're gonna stay straight to the course. We're gonna stay straight to the course. We're gonna be on that ass. And I mean, it is what it is, dude. Because you know what? Really, right? Really, I don't even think Brother Jonathan would have really gotten to this. But they disrespected the motherland. They disrespected them with quoting that we got some type of, the ancestors left some type of homosexuality or sexual dysfunction in their literature, right? Remember, to them, getting to the afterlife was important. And so they disrespect real sacred texts, real scripture. Remember, they don't even have their own script. So how can they have a scripture? You got to have a script. How you say that shit, Jonathan?
Oh, I didn't know if y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Nah, let's just keep it in context, right? Because, first of all, we can talk about what Scripture is. But what's the root word to Scripture? It is script. And so you got to have a script before you can have a Scripture. So then how is it your Scripture if it wasn't written in your script? It's simple.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you like this. This is very, what does Hebrew mean? Simply means to move, to travel, back and forth, right? What does the meta nature mean? Meta nature, the words of nature. Or the Greeks say hieroglyphics, the words of the gods. However you want to put that. So really the only written literature qualified to be remotely called the words of nature or mistranslation the words of God would be that African script from which all these scripts extend from. I think I talked about that earlier. But at the end of the day, no one ain't got that. What are they going to really debate about? Go ahead, brother.
Nobody in the Bible would even talk no Hebrew when they was in Kemet. Like, you know that, first of all, you can't. I want somebody to show me slavery in Egypt in the Bible before Judah sold Joseph into slavery to the Midianites and the Ishmaelites. Somebody show me that. Somebody show me that. I don't know. Somebody show me that. If you can't show me that, then you have to say that, dang, well, the first occurrence of slavery we find in the Bible comes from Judah selling Joseph. So what happened to Joseph when he get to Kemet? Well, this is their story now. One of the governors find Joseph, and he like, oh, man,
And I'm going to put the real twist on it. We don't do that slavery down here, so I got a job for you. But the Bible put their twist on it and say, oh, the Lord came over. Nah, he was brought in a slave by the Ishmaelites, okay, and as soon as Papatar, whoever seen him, he take him to the Pharaoh, he got a job the same day. So you ain't a slave no more because he the overseer of the granaries, the overseer of the house. If we go in the medu netter, it's going to be Emi Per when they call him the overseer of the house. But they had a direct, he was the overseer of the granaries, and I just don't remember the term for grain right now. But still, that is a governmental appointment. So their story is falling apart. Now, when his slave-selling brothers finally can't find enough food to come running back down into Egypt, where their brother is a boss now, when they get there, he walks up on them in his cloak and his Egyptian swag and whatever he has and looked at them fools, and what'd he say? He said, somebody go get me an interpreter, period, because he wasn't about to speak to them in no damn Hebrew. Straight up. Read the Bible. He's going to speak to them in medu netter, and you interpret this back what I'm saying to them to Hebrew so they can understand me. Because the Bible say he didn't want them to know that was him. Regardless what he wanted them to know, he was sitting there in Kemet, speaking to medu netter, a boss with a job, chilling, and they say we don't like divination. But wasn't he a dream? Didn't he get his royal position from interpreting dreams? That's why the whole stuff is silly. I was raised on that Bible, and if we really want to get into it, they're going to look silly because Sarah was really, really, truly Abraham's sister. They want to talk about incest of not being able to read the Bible, but if you go to Abraham's sojourn after dealing with the Pharaoh, he went to chill with a king named Abimelech, and he pulled the same dirty trick of walking up on one of your homies with your woman. Imagine yourself walking up on one of your homies with your woman, and because they look kind of rowdy, say, hey, baby, say you my sister. That's sucker shit. Excuse my language. Okay? And so that's what he did. He did that in Kemet. She done went and dirtied up the whole house. They kicked her up out of there. They go running up on King Abimelech, pull the same dirty trick. But what? Lo and behold, when Abimelech bust him out, he say, no, hold on. This really my sister. This my half-sister. We got a different father. So I wasn't all the way lying to you. Now tell me what type of mischief that they trying to forecast as something holy we need to be following.
That's your sister Camille? Oh, all right, now. Oh, that's very interesting right there. Well, so, we already know you got them from, you know what I'm saying, all the way in the crosshairs, man. All y'all got to do is just drop the hammer on them, man. I told you, they already dead, man. They like some other type of zombie or something.
Nah, man, the truth is they black people, boy. We don't die, we just multiply, man.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, man, they just trying to wear the costume of somebody else, dog.
We can stay in that Bible. We'll stay in that Bible and beat them out there.
Come on, man. Got them on all ends, yo. All ends, yo. The Bizzabble.
Fairy tale.
Yeah, it's that fairy tale shit, man.
Coming there with mythology.
They ain't got a real mythology. They got some shit they made up later on. They make up their shit later on.
Hey, you know what's funny? You ever got an old Catholic Bible? Even when you go to the back of the glossary of it, they show you Egyptian symbols and deities, all type of shit. Feel me? They're more open about the contributions. For them, it go more than just religion. For them, it go for written language. That's really another significance that they won't omit. I mean, admit, but they'll omit if you look through how they writing just pop up. That's why when you look at all European symbols, even if it's Russian, it's mixed up, but it's the same symbols. Now, when you look at some of these symbols of written language in areas in Western Asia that are closer knit together, or even further, they still have a completely different beginning and finish to it. You know what I mean? A completely different symmetry. Symmetry is completely different. You know what I mean? When you look at Indian writing,
and writings come out of Cambodia and so forth. You know, I'm using examples of the Asiatic. It's still different, but when you look at, you know, that's something I always notice. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Well, you know, again, I stress that back to a conversation we was having earlier, and I agree that you was right about the research of Heretic. I find that in my studies. If you really want to know, if you do the homework, you will find out that's how I busted out Dr. Wesley Muhammad, bruh, because he was lying, saying that he scrutinized the primary of a term before he brought it to the community. So you could go back like 3 years or 4 years on this other radio show that was hosted by a dude named Asar. I hope it wasn't Asar Imhotep. It was another dude named Asar. But anyway, on that radio show, when I questioned Dr. Wesley Muhammad and asked him had he scrutinized the primary, he said he did. Then it was a chess game. Then I asked the second question. I said, for real, what was your principal instruction on scrutinizing, you know, who taught you how to scrutinize that? He said Alan Gardner. And that's when I knew I had him, because if you say Alan Gardner is your principal instruction and you scrutinize this term chessi, which is wretched, if you say you scrutinize that, the first time it popped up was on a 4th century papyrus called the Prissy Papyrus, which is written in Heretic. So therefore, if you was using Gardner as your principal instruction, you didn't have the prowess to scrutinize this term, because he don't teach Heretic in the book that you cited, Egyptian Grammar, which is one of my favorite books. So really, that's why I fuck with your argument on that. But I just want to let you know we got knowledge of that argument, and where demonic applies, like I said, that ain't popping up after the 27th. They might find some of it, they say, closer to the 25th, but like I put forward, it started by the 27th dynasty.
Right. See, my significance is not more or less the chronology, Brother John, right? But it's more or less pointing out the point, more or less proving the point that every time a foreigner came in, written language changed. That's what I say. I got your son, you know. But look at Juzo-Perk, then look at old Persian writing. Look so you can see how it looks first, so you can be able to put these people in the culture. You see what I'm saying? You can see when you see that looks like Persian, that looks like Chinese. You know what I'm saying? What is, you know, before they give you the fascination of what it is and tell you how different it is. Look at the geography, where it is, where it's at. You know what I'm saying? I just look at the fascination. Old Persian look like Arabic. And then when you look at some of the translations of demonic, it's written from right to left.
Yeah, Heretic is too, though. You see what I'm saying? But meta nature is more ambiguous, so to speak.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm just saying in terms of a lot of the scrolls, like I went to a physical science class, and it's dealing with the Renaissance of Europe. And they said that after the so-called burning of the Library of Alexandria, that not all the books were burned, and that underneath was a tomb, and certain works was found out. And those works were written on scrolls. The scrolls are written in demonic and heretic algebraic symbols. That's why the Arabs were so easy at translating that shit, because you ever notice that most Arabs can speak Latin or they can speak Spanish and vice versa?
I haven't.
When you go to the hood, the Arabs, they speak Spanish very well. The Portuguese, you know what I'm saying? Spanish is like some old Latin words. If you notice, when you're in like classroom, you got Latinos in there. Carne, you know, they'll talk to all that word, because Spanish is almost the closest thing to Latin. Latin is the closest thing to Greek. But in the written form, you can see the connection. It all go back to Coptic writing. See the point I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
When I say I got a problem with the brothers going to study medu nature, you know, the Hebrews can't say that they got somebody going to study ancient Sumerian. But I'm saying in terms of the relevancy of demonic and heretic towards Europeans right now, we should start looking towards that as well. You know, I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying we should do.
Personally, I agree to that too. That is. But my quest, the information contained in demonic text ain't really hella government documents. I don't want to be reading hella government documents and stuff. But, yeah, I agree with what you're
saying. Government's in the deviant kingdom.
Well, I'm just chilling, laid up, man. I know the show's been over, but how many people still on the line?
Well, we got some people on the line. Most of them, let me see at this Southeast Ohio one come in.
I mean, you know, I just can't wait, dude. I mean, seriously.
Southeast Ohio.
I never. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to see if he hung up.
Well, I never threw out the line for the Magi Research Fund. I should have did that when we was on the air. But it's GoFundMe Magi, if this is archived or whatever. For people who want to support the research, it's Magi Research at GoFundMe, whatever, and you know that's what it is. But anyway, what's the final to closing this build or whatever? What were the last things we need to cover?
And them niggas better bring their motherfucking primaries up in that motherfucker. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, they gonna get a lesson that day. They gonna get a lesson. I'm gonna bring a jump drive full of fire, dude. I mean, I'm putting my whole computer on one jump drive. I'm just snatching the whole main drives and filling it up. I'm gonna have my whole computer. Anybody computer I'm using gonna have everything I got at the house. I got so many books. It's a wrap.
Oh man, dope nigga. Get back, enjoy that, yeah. So I'm gonna bring I'm bringing my shit. I'm bringing my shit on the joint. Got a nice little drive with pre-zones on that motherfucker, so we gonna be. Oh, then the technology is gonna be crazy. That's the shit that's crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun too. A lot of my stuff gonna be online after the debate forever. That's the good part about it. That anybody will be able to reference my slides and stop them and pause them and go over them online. But I wish them brothers well. You know, I know they crafty and they coming up with something. So hopefully they stay honorable in their pursuit of whatever they're trying to do and don't just come in there ready to get their ass whooped, man, straight up. They come in there mudslinging, because if they come in scholarly and try to stay online, they might be a little bit off the hook. You feel me? We might be, you know, but if they come in like, look at this, look at him, I told you, oh, it's a wrap. They're going to get that.
Stay scholarly, yo. You can't stay scholarly. How they going to stay scholarly? They ain't got nothing to stay scholarly with, yo.
Exactly. They can try, though.
If they stay scholarly, going to put them in the chomper. I think the thing I really like about this whole piece is, even if they're right about everything, they still lose. If all that shit was true in the Bible, they still lose. That's the part I enjoy about the most. Yeah, niggas forget, yo. I'm a real black atheist, yo. I know how civilizations run, yo. Don't run off the spook god, yo.
Yes, sir.
They don't run off the spook god.
What?
Huh?
What you say?
I said civilizations don't run off the spook god.
Oh, no.
Muslims neither.
No,
the Muslims is done.
Listen, that's the main thing. That's the thing about this Hebrew thing. That's going to wrap up all of them. All three of them are religions of perversion, as our people like to say. All three going down at once. Don't hear no more about none of them. You can't bring that shit to the board no more. Period, point blank. It's definitely something that's going to clean everything up at once.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, we'll sit back and enjoy that.
Hey, so here go the question, though. Here go a question I'll be having, because this from my old Bible studies. You know how something had happened. I don't remember what happened, but it caused Lot to run and go hide in Sodom or something, right? Am I wrong? Ain't that what happened? Then Abraham had to go rescue Lot from Sodom? Y'all know that story? But I'm just wondering what. And then after that, Lot daughters came on to him, and he had Moab and the other son with his daughters, an incestual relationship. It's crazy. But the question I want to know, what make you go hide in Sodom? Because this the same dude who just was on the phone talking about Rock coming up out the buttocks where he couldn't understand the mythology. But we know clearly this ain't mythology. This is linguistically. Sodomy comes from Sodom, a little thing that was 2 steps away from their hometown. That's something they was dealing with in the Levant. So why you go hide and run and hide in Sodom? Oh, what happened? Oh, this is crazy. The angels, they come. He get 2 angels come to him at the night, and the people come knocking, banging on the door. I ain't trying to mix 2 stories up, but you know what I'm saying? This is all craziness that I need somebody to explain for me in the Bible. You know, so they say Sodom and Gomorrah, so we know sodomy to be what they call sodomizing. But then what does Gomorrah mean? Anybody know what that is? That is the same, similar to sodomy, but it is the introduction of foreign objects, so to speak. Okay? And so now, really, Sodom and Gomorrah was something they was dealing with right in their damn land. That wasn't in Kemet. Sodom wasn't in Kemet. Sodom was in the Levant. You see what I'm saying? So that's something they was dealing with, sodomy and Gomorrah, me over there. I would wonder what would make somebody, one of the patriarchs, go sojourn or what have you in Sodom. What is that saying mythologically?
Yeah, that Bible crazy, yo. You trying to put somebody else on trial. That's crazy book known to man, yo. That shit, man.
Yeah. So they wanted to know the 2 angels that was protecting the man in the city. This is another story, and I ain't trying to, like I said, I ain't trying to do the Bible no disservices. But they wanted to go know the man because you know he had 2 angels who had came to protect over him, and so they knocking at the door. They wanted to get at the angels. They ain't even tripping because that was a foul place, but the foul response is well.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm talking to him again. What the hell is going on? I'm not fucking. All right. Here I am. But that damn phone on fucking mute. This shit, I don't know what the hell is going on. But Brother Jonathan, if you could you give out the date, give out the time, give out your information and everything for the people one more time. You know what I'm saying? So everybody can have that information.
The phone must have went out.
Again, it did. Let me see. Yeah, his phone went out. Well, I'll put the information. Hold up. They're going to make a round phone. Make a round phone had went out. Now I'm looking at the line. I'm looking at the now. Hold up. Is it? Damn. Yeah. Hold on.
Thank you, brother. I think I see Illinois out there. They mute Illinois too. We're from Illinois. Ohio.
That's the same Illinois that was in. That Illinois ain't want to speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, ain't want to speak.
Yeah, okay, but honestly though, would Abraham be able to even get access to Kemet with being a foreign Egyptian wife?
Hell no, man, that's just stupid. Whole stupid, just fucking
he was
stupid.
Killed, huh?
Nigga from Mexico coming over this motherfucker going right to Barack. Fuck out of here, that's just stupid, yo. I don't know. Whole story stupid.
And I heard Ashwa Kwesi say that we didn't allow foreigners to marry. That's when I said, boom, that whole Abraham movie, like, oh shit, what the fuck? Hell no. This nigga was a wanderer. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm gonna go with the lie, brother. I'm gonna go with the lie. Yeah, they had kidnapped her. We know how they get down.
Right.
That's the way he could have got access to an Egyptian woman, you know what I'm saying? Being a foreigner.
Then Johnson brought up that part of that passage where people don't know about. He did claim is his sister. Feel me? When, you know, that nigga, this nigga questionable. Then you know, Lot with the homosexual, you know, saving his son from. Well, Lot was Lot to Abraham, his son, wasn't it? Grandson, something like that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, all that shit is a weird ass mythology, man. Woden, coming from all these different European fables and shit, and put in one book, written in an obtuse way, meaning written to confuse. You know what I'm saying? Not finding no pictures in this motherfucker. You gonna give a book with no pictures to the most visually creative people on the planet? That's why it is whatever you make it be in your mind, nigga. That's why I love Sadie. Sadie put this shit, boom, this nigga gonna die. Now heal this nigga. You're gonna have to white Christ to lay hands and pray for you, you know what I mean? Same fashion. You know, I hope it really get, you know, Uncle in the building, man, you know, make sure your man, you know, your man polite, man, you know, redeem his, you know, come on with the shenanigans, man, and, you know, show us that warrior shit, man, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, you get your, you know, it ain't about the money, you know, you can get the money on the personal tip, but, you know, we all got our issues with money, man, but it's how you go about getting it.
Right. I agree with you on that, bro.
You know, we just being reporters. You know us over here, man. We just African first, second, and third. So we looking out for the people in the long run. We just trying to look out for the interest of the people. So we know it's gonna be an excellent discourse, though,
Pictures too, nigga. It's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying, like Malcolm X. That's all like Malcolm. It's gonna be real enemies. I mean, you know, we having a debate among family. We, you know, putting that African aspect, you know, but yeah, it's gonna be enemies there right soon, trying to really provoke something else to happen that we ain't even trying to have go down in a sense, you know. So watch them niggas too.
You know, a bunch of rowdy New York Hebrews in there. I know that. They were crazy as other crazy. Full regalia. I'm talking about that they gonna have it all on. Everything you can imagine. All the bracelets, girded caps. They got their caps girdled and everything, man. They're going to have it all on. Trust me on that.
That's what I be using. I be using, you know, we all use our tactics to convince, you know. I be using old heads, the old Christians I be using, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real, fam. We know the ins and outs of Christianity, all that shit, you know. It wouldn't hurt to try something different, you know? So, whoever, you know, there's no win or lose situation, especially if they try to play that shit like they did on SETI. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's be real. We've used that, you know, can it be used to benefit us? In reality, you know, a lot of people use religious institutions that cleaned us up, but none of them have really addressed the social racist agenda we live in. You see what I'm saying? 2015, man, you know, I'd rather see y'all put that Gardner situation in perspective as well, other than just talk about this religious shit. Like, that shit is the only thing on the plate. You know what I'm saying? There's other things, too, that's keeping family in the dark, you know? They gonna be there. Oh, believe that. If they got hip-hop police, nigga, they got BPC. Police, nigga, they proceed hip-hop police. You feel me? I spot them motherfuckers out, because I find it ironic that book came out the same motherfucking year them Hebrew niggas came out, so we know who's sponsoring you niggas, man. You got cracked agenda. That's what niggas call it Afrocentrists.
Yeah. We'll definitely have to see what they pull up on this Thursday, 8th, man. You know what I'm saying? But, our brother Jonathan dropped off the line, man. The Smash Rockwell dropped off the line. I'm going to get his last information now. We're going to go to the after party. We'll be back on Slaughterhouse Saturday, 9:30. We'll have Mikhail, the Pan-African Nationalist Torah people. Listen, y'all got to tune in for this because I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff that we're dealing with in the community. People pushing all types of doctrines, and let's see how this fit into the African paradigm. You know the theme of Slaughterhouse Saturday, who still betrayed the African Revolution. You know, we've seen that after John Henry Clark, and also we've seen it after Amos Wilson. You know, so we're going to use our monumental work to dissect exactly what's being said on Slaughterhouse Saturday. So y'all make sure that y'all tune in. That's 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 on the west side, the best side. You dig? Join our group, Feet on the Ground. At me on Twitter. I'm on Twitter, feet_on_the_ground. And, you know, thank y'all for coming out. You know, it's been a wonderful show. Brother Maker, you want to drop anything to close on?
Just want to say Black Power, man. For the motherfuckers who's looking to divide, to divide and conquer the Africans, don't take this discussion as something that you can divisively use for your strategy to go inward on your own people. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. This is really an argument amongst gods. It ain't got nothing to do with your God, your culture. And you know, another topic of discussion another day and so forth. But it's Black Power on mine, you know, for the family and so forth. And yeah, we see you niggas, man.
Sister Camille.
Black Power.
Black Power. You want to close out with anything?
Huh?
Thank you, brother, and all the other brothers that came on, like Brother Nikolai.
Thank you, sis.
I do think that Brother Jonathan is going to annihilate the Hebrews. For me, at the end of the day, I can't fuck with none of them religions because of their connection to Mayafa. I don't care what nobody got to say about it. It starts there for me. You know, I do think that we owe something to our people that suffered so, and so they can't even cross that threshold with their representation of Judaism or whatever they want to call it. So, you know, I definitely want to thank the brother for stepping up and putting that dagger in, and like the brother Arn did with this brother Hefu that came on tonight. That was a thing of beauty. And I just want to thank him for standing up for Africa and being bold about it.
Thank you, sis. Appreciate that.
But, you know, Brother Jonathan ain't here to get in those last words, but we definitely thank him for coming out. You know, we got his fellow elder member of the Armored Rock Squad on with us. You know, we're going to have to get him back into the field one night. And,
hey.
But, you know, Brother Unc, if you would, though, you know, you can part out with a couple parting shots.
Hey, you know what? It's just that time for us to shine, you know, 2015. It's time for the whole African community to shine, yo. So y'all know that, you know, the ancestors never left us without nothing, yo. And so it's valuable and important to stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. And the reason we are so successful in information, because we stand on the shoulders of the ancestors. You know, if not for brothers and sisters like yourself, to checking and double checking over the information we use, yo, it's a group effort here, man. And so none of the information that we put out is above scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to make that noted for the record. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have no malice or discontent for our brothers. You know what I'm saying? They practice a foreign ideology or a foreign religion. They practice racism, white supremacy. But at the end of the day, yo, we cannot allow the virus to continue to fester in our community. All right? It's a cancer to our community, the racism, white supremacy, as promoted in the three monolithic religions. It's the monotheism that, quote unquote, destroyed the indigenous cultures on the planet. Exactly what they did. They destroyed the indigenous cultures all on the planet. Y'all can check that out. All right? And so it's that doctrine of discovery. All right? You know what I mean? It's that Papa's bull. It's the demarcation line. All right? That they drew down the middle of the fucking map. All right?
Yes, sir.
and split that shit up. So don't come to me, 2015, trying to convince me that that shit going to help us get you where we need to get you. No, it's racist white supremacy. And watch this. When they're in that debate, all they're going to use is racist white supremacists to try to topple Africa. Because you know what? The two can't fit in the container. There is no room in the container for nothing but Africa. So they got to push you the fuck out. Black African power. I'm going to raw squad up, and thank goodness for the Magi. Keep your goddamn feet on the ground.
No doubt. Black power on that. And, you know, we like to close out with our ancestors, praise Nat Turner, glory to Garvey, long live the spirit of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, praise Harriet Tubman, glory to Ida B. Wells, and long live the spirit of Sister Fannie Lou Hamer. Beautiful, yeah. Crack out the trunk.
Black African power.
House nigga attack too.
Wow. Yo, it's still, man.
It's still rolling up.
I'm still laughing off of the shit with seafood and Brother Aunt. That was embarrassing. He shouldn't pop up no more. He should not. Nothing. Just, you know, fade to black.
They just fall back.
Wherever he go, he